Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I hope you all had a refreshing evening after yesterday's sessions. We are delighted to welcome you back to day 2 of the Faculty Development Program on Excellence Beyond Classrooms. So yesterday we explored the importance of faculty well-being and resilience, gaining valuable insights into creating a positive and supporting academic environment. Today we continue this journey with another exciting day of learning, reflection, and professional growth. It's now my privilege to introduce our esteemed resource person for this session, Dr. R. Venkatesan. He is the founder of Karya Siddhi Yoga, Chief Executive Officer, Innovative Spiritual Foundation. He is an emotional intelligence trainer, researcher in yoga and human excellence, a holistic wellness educator. Dr. R. Venkatesan is an academic resource person, researcher, a holistic wellness educator with over 2 decades of experience in yoga, psychology, human excellence, emotional intelligence, and holistic well-being. He is the founder of Karya Siddhi Yoga. He served as head instructor of the student wellness program at Dr. Mahalingam College of Engineering and Technology, Pollachi, where he designed and conducted holistic wellness programs for approximately 800 engineering students annually, focusing on personality development, concentration enhancement, emotional balance, meditation practices, and life skills education. He got his PhD in yoga, S. Vyasa Yoga University, Bangalore. He has the expertise in leadership and human excellence, emotional intelligence and life skills, yoga for holistic health and well-being. The stage is over to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Mike.
Today we are going to discuss about emotional excellence, emotional intelligence for educators. Yeah. Today is not a merely lecture on emotions. It is an invitation to understand ourselves as educators. So the session will be an experiential session. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand our emotions and manage them wisely and use them positively in our relationships and professional roles. So, by developing our emotional intelligence, so we will balance our mind, we will transform our teaching, and we will touch lives of the lives beyond classrooms. Here, this another 60 minutes, we are going to learn something, and reflection sessions will be there, and you will practice some pranayama, nadi suddhi pranayama, and meditation, and affirmations, and discussion sessions. Why emotional intelligence for educators? Teachers shape minds, teachers influence hearts, teachers build futures, teachers create society. Yeah. When a teacher enters classroom with peace, all the students will experience peace. If a teacher enters the class with anxiety, all the students will experience fear or disturbance. So, emotional intelligence is not an optional for educators, it is mandatory. A teacher influences through thoughts, attitudes, behaviors, emotions, values, and future. So we are more than a teacher, we are a life influencer. And yeah, many of us may remember our school teachers after 20 or 30 years also. We remember them not because of their teaching, but they made because they made how they made to feel. So for that we remember. Yeah, I still remember when I was studying in my first standard. Our teacher gave us some small mathematical calculations. So except one student, all other students couldn't solve that problem. So that class teacher used to, some words. So it hurt us. Now I cannot share those words. So still I remember that incident. And when I was studying my +1 PUC, 11th standard, so a teacher was there, a language teacher. He used to come to the class rarely, but a language teacher, you will take one couplet per period. It will be 1.5 line. So he will explain in detail about that 1.5 line only for one period. He used to say, it is not important that how much you have studied. It is important how deeply you have studied, how much you have understood. That is important. So still I remember that teacher. So he may have other teachers may have pushed us for scoring more marks and passing the subject like that. But we remember those who have influenced us. So when the teacher is emotionally balanced, the classroom becomes a place of learning. not just information, but transformation. So many of us uh, can believe that teaching is transferring knowledge, but our role is transforming lives, not just transferring knowledge. To manage anything or to overcome or balance anything, we should understand about that in detail. So let us understand what is emotion first. Yeah, emotion is a psychophysiological response arising from our perception and interpretation of internal and external experiences that influences our thoughts, bodily functions, behavior, and relationships. Simply, we can say emotion is the language through which our mind and body communicate our experiences. So emotions are not problems. Emotions are neither positive, neither good or not bad. Emotions are just messages. Fear prepares us for protection. In the danger situation, it prepares us for protection. Anger signals that something is important to us. Sadness invites reflection. Joy facilitates connection and learning. Compassion nurtures relationships. So, like that, all our emotions are messengers, but they are not the problems. Why do emotions exist? So, for survival, for relationships, for learning, for decision making, for human flourishing. So emotions are exist. So without emotions, we cannot exist. So emotions are very basic for our survival and relationship, learning, decision making, and human flourishing. Emotions are our inner intelligence in action. Emotion and teaching. How many emotions do we carry into our classrooms every day? Our emotions create the emotional climate of the classroom. So, in our personal life, in our family life, we may have faced with some emotional problems. We carry those emotions to the classrooms. So, it influences our students. And also, we are not carrying our own emotions, but also hundreds of students' emotions we are carrying. Yeah, this is reflection. Which emotion dominates your professional life? Just close your eyes for 1 minute. Just identify your. No need to disclose your emotions. Just identify your emotions. Which emotions disturb you or dominate you in your classroom? Yeah, identified. No. So emotional challenges of educators, academic pressure, time pressure, then performance expectations, administration responsibilities, student diversity, emotional exhaustion, work-life imbalance, digital overload, professional uncertainty, compassion fatigue. These are the emotional challenges of educators. We carry emotions from home to classroom and from classroom to home, like that. These things you know very well about than me. So here, one important thing we should understand: if same kind of emotion repeats several times, it becomes our emotional pattern. See, for example, 10 times, 20 times, then 100 times, if emotion repeats again and again, it creates strong impression in our subconscious mind. One thing we have to understand, emotion is involuntary. So involuntary function, it is not in our control. So it works from our subconscious mind. All the functions through conscious mind is voluntary. All the functions from subconscious mind is involuntary. So emotion is involuntary function. So if same kind of emotion occurs again and again, it creates a strong impression in our subconscious mind. So it becomes a emotional pattern. So once the emotional pattern is formed, so immediately we will be triggered to that emotional pattern. So first thought arises, then emotion arises. If emotion repeats again and again, so emotional pattern forms, and that emotional pattern decides our personality. So if we are getting angry very frequently, we are angry personality, angry personality. So our personality decides our behavior. So negative emotional patterns. So anger, criticism, anxiety, impatience, frustration, fear, all these patterns repeat in our mind and body and affect our thoughts, emotions, and behavior. These are negative emotional patterns. So if negative emotions can form a pattern, so positive emotion can also build a emotional pattern. So positive emotional patterns are compassion, gratitude, patience, understanding, forgiveness, joy. So if these positive emotions are repeated, it creates positive patterns in our subconscious mind. When we consistently experience positive emotions, we build healthy emotional patterns that strengthen our mind, relationship, and life. But unfortunately, these positive emotions we should build, it is not default. But negative emotions are default, so very frequently it will come. But voluntarily, we should build these positive emotional patterns. For that only, some practices are there. Yeah. Which emotional pattern are your students experiencing from you every day? we do not merely teach, we what we know, we unconsciously teach who we are. So this is very important point. We are not merely teach what we know, we unconsciously teach who we are. So students are learning from our behavior, thought, thinking pattern, and attitude. When fight or flight moment comes, at that time, sympathetic nervous system will be dominating. Fight or flight, stress response, high heart rate, muscle tension, emotional reactivity, impatience, impulse actions. So when these things are there, sympathetic nervous system will be dominating. So it is good only to manage that situation. Nature has given that function. So after that incident is over, so parasympathetic nervous system should become domination. So if it is not coming, so we will be in the same level of tension and stress. So to rest and digest, to relaxation, lower heart rate, muscle relaxation, emotional balance, creativity, compassion. For all those things, our parasympathetic nervous system should be active. In our work atmosphere, stress will be there. If we don't know how to balance or neutralize that stress, so always we will be in stressful mode. So always sympathetic nervous system will be dominating. So we will rarely in the relaxed mode. So yogic practices, meditation and some other practices teaches you how to neutralize this stress, accumulated stress. Yeah, I will tell you one scenario. Two employees are there. They are working in the same department. The workload for both are same. Let us assume 5 units of stress they are gaining daily. One person is meditated, another person is non-meditated. Both after office hour they go to home. The meditator, so before going to bed, so he will meditate, and that 5 unit stress will be neutralized, and he will have a sound sleep. Then while get up in the early morning, he will be fresh, and he will be ready for the next day work. The another person, non-meditated, after going home, so he will watch TV and all, and he will have food and go to bed. So he will not get sound sleep also. So after the in the early morning when he gets up, so he will feel tired because he didn't have sound sleep. Then next day also same kind of work atmosphere. Again 5 unit stress will 1 or 2 units will be neutralized. Again the 5 unit accumulated. So like that 5, 10, 15, 20 it will be accumulating. Once it reaches 100 units of stress, already his physical body would have been affected and mind also affected. So in the previous slides we saw that emotional patterns would have become very strong. So his personality would have been changed to negative personality. So this is the difference between meditator and non-meditator. So by doing meditation daily, you cannot avoid the stress. Yeah, you have to work. The stress will be there. We cannot avoid that, but we can neutralize those stress daily by regular meditation practice. Meditation and pranayama meditation activates parasympathetic nervous system. It relaxes our body, mind. It lowers our heart rate. It relaxes our muscles. It balances our emotions, and creativity will improve. So compassion will develop. Yeah. Applying emotional intelligence in education. Balanced breath balances the nervous system. Balanced nervous system balances emotions. Simply by doing some breathing exercises, it balances our nervous system and it balances our emotions. And one more thing, our emotion is connected with our right hemisphere. Intelligence is connected with our left hemisphere. Yeah, both should connect. Only then emotional intelligence is possible. Yeah, through some breathing exercises, yeah, we connect both, we activate both right hemisphere and left hemisphere. Yeah, in yogic science, we call nadis. Nadis are energy channels. The whole universe is full of energy. Through which channel universal energy enters into our body. Can you guess? 24 hours energy is going inside our body. Through which channel? Through mind. Through breath. Good. So through breathing, the universal energy is going inside and carbon dioxide comes outside. Now you can check both right nostril and left nostril is there. Both nostrils are there. Breathing will not happen simultaneously in both the nostrils. You can check. It will be either right side or left side. If you are breathing through right nostril, your left side brain will be activated. So right nostril is connected to left side brain, left hemisphere, and it controls right side of the body. And when you breathe through your right nostril, cool will be increased. So it is called as Chandra Nadi or lunar Nadi. So either it will activate left hemisphere or right hemisphere. So one pranayama technique is there called Nadi Suddhi pranayama. By doing that pranayama, we are activating both right hemisphere and the left hemisphere so that emotion and intelligence will be balanced. So we will have emotional intelligence. Yeah, right. Left hemisphere is logical oriented analysis, reasoning, language, planning, facts. So all those things are related to left hemisphere. And empathy, creativity, emotions, intuition, big picture, feeling, all those things are related to right hemisphere. And parasympathetic nervous system are related to right hemisphere, and sympathetic nervous system is related to left hemisphere. So by doing that pranayama, both nervous systems are balanced, and both the hemispheres will be activated equally.
So summer and winter, we have to do it differently. We told it will heat up our body and sometimes it will cool down. So summer and winter, we have to do it differently.
Yeah, if necessary, if you are in a cool place, you want to increase heat in your body, you should close your left nostril. You should breathe only through right nostril, so that the heat will be increased. If you are in a hot place, you want coolness, so you should close your right nostril, breathe in through left. So for this purpose, we are doing alternative nostril breathing, so that both the hemispheres will be activated. Yeah, when both hemispheres work together, we think better, feel deeper, and connect stronger. And one more thing is there: IQ, EQ, and SQ. So IQ is intelligent quotient, EQ emotional quotient, and SQ spiritual quotient. Through intelligent quotients, we think, and through emotional quotient, we feel. Through spiritual quotient, we be. So being means self-awareness. So three dimensions of complete human intelligence. So most of the people are using their intelligence to produce material things. But we should use our intelligence to understand our emotions, understand our energy. So that is called emotional quotient and spiritual quotient. And the role of IQ and EQ and SQ in emotional intelligence. IQ helps us understand our students. EQ helps us connect with our students. SQ helps us find our mission. Applying emotional intelligence in education. A situation, a student is always late. A person without emotional intelligence will react immediately. Why are you always late? So the person with emotional intelligence will say, is everything all right? Is there any difficulty? So like that, he will try to understand the student. And another situation, student scores very low marks. A teacher without emotional intelligence will say, get out of my class. A teacher with emotional intelligence will say, are you tired? Do you need any support? So like that, they will try to understand the student's problem and try to rectify the problem to the possible extent. So it doesn't mean that we should be too much emotionally attached with the students. That is not emotional intelligence. Yeah. Another situation, student complains about parents. Same thing. The student complains about low marks. So, yeah, you are careless. A teacher without emotional intelligence will say you are careless. You never study. You never work. So like that they will say. So the teacher with emotional intelligence will say, how can I help you improve? Yeah, you can do it. You are an intelligent student only. Why you have scored low marks? Any problem? How can I help you? So like that, the teacher will try to understand the student. And another situation, parent complaints. So the teacher without emotional intelligence will say, your child has more problems than you think. The teacher with emotional intelligence will say, let us work together for our child's growth. Like that, we can apply. Reflections. Complete the sentence. I become emotionally disturbed when, in which situation you are emotionally disturbed. And I become emotionally peaceful when. Yeah, please write it. For your reference only. You no need to tell me. Okay, let us move. Can emotional intelligence be practiced? Yes. Emotional intelligence is a skill that can be cultivated every day. As I told you earlier, by default, we will not have emotional intelligence. Through regular practice, we can cultivate it. Yeah. Yogic methods for emotional transformation: breath regulation, relaxation, meditation, self-awareness, positive affirmations, values and introspections. So why yoga? It integrates body, breath, mind and awareness. It Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama. It supports to autonomic balance, mental clarity, emotional calmness, better concentration, balance of right and left hemispheres, all those things. Yeah, for this, first you should adopt Chin Mudra. This is called Chin Mudra. Tip of your thumb and index finger should touch. All other fingers should be straight. These three fingers are like this straightly. If any one of these three fingers are not straight, that means that element is element deficiency or some problem is there. Like it is like self-diagnosis.
Sir, which hand? Left hand or right hand?
Left hand. You should place your left hand on your left knee. In right hand, adopt Nasika Mudra. Fold your index finger and middle finger, and all other three fingers should be straight. First, observe me. You should close your right nostril. You should inhale through left nostril. Then, using your ring finger, close your right nostril. Then exhale through left nostril. Again, inhale through right. Close the right nostril. Exhale through left. First, you are closing your right nostril, inhaling through left. Then close your left nostril, exhale through right. Again, inhale through right, exhale through left. You are inhaling one side, exhaling the another side. Same side, you inhale again, exhale the opposite side. Let us practice. Yeah, close your eyes, sit erect. Left hand chin mudra. Place your left hand on your left knee. Adopt Nasika mudra in your right hand. Close your right nostril. Inhale through left. Close your left nostril. Exhale through right. Again, inhale through right. Exhale through left. Slowly inhale and slowly exhale. You will be appreciated if your spine is erect. If the length of your breath is more, your lifespan will be more. Our lifespan is connected with our breathing. If you complete 10 rounds, yeah, it will be good. Okay, finish. Yeah, when you complete, exhale through left nostril and complete. Then only the cycle will be completed. So breathe in through left, breathe out through right, again breathe in through right, breathe out through left. This is one cycle. Like that, practice 10 cycles at your home. Daily, 10 rounds you should practice. Yeah, everybody could be able to practice this. Yeah, how did you feel? Good. And then let us practice some simple and powerful meditation. For practicing meditation, you should clasp your fingers like this and you should place your hands on your thighs. It should not be like this stiff. It should not be stiff. You should be in a relaxed position. This is also whenever you clasp your fingers, it connects right hemisphere and left hemisphere. Yeah. So you should keep your hands like this and you should close your eyes. You should sit erect. The rule is for meditation, for any meditation, your spinal cord, neck and head should be in straight line. Whether you are sitting on the chair or sitting on the floor, it doesn't matter. So your spinal cord, neck and head should be in straight line. That is important. Only then the energy will flow from through spinal cord. And just observing your breathing, some miracles will happen in you. This is the simple and powerful technique. Finally, Buddha taught to the common people, don't do any circus, just observe with breathing. So our breathing and our mind are interconnected. So our mind is like a fan, breathing is like regulator. So we cannot fight with the fan directly. Simply turning the regulator, we can increase or decrease the speed of the fan. So like that, simply just observing our breathing, we can regulate our mind and emotions. So let us practice for another 3-4 minutes. Clasp your fingers, close your eyes, sit erect. You should sit erect at the same time your body and mind should be relaxed. So relax your body and mind. Relax. Relax. Just observe your breathing. Normal breathing. That is going inside and coming out. Let your full attention on your breath. Relaxed mind gains energy. Tensed mind loses its energy. of habit, mind will go out. Again, bring your mind to your breathing. Training to our mind is meditation. Forget about everything. Just focus on your breath. This is your meditation time. In this peaceful state of mind, let us make positive affirmations. Repeat with feeling and emotion what I say. I teach with compassion. Mentally you can repeat. I teach with compassion. I respond with awareness. I respond with awareness. Every student deserves understanding. Every student deserves understanding. I remain emotionally balanced. I remain emotionally balanced. I create emotionally intelligent classrooms. I create emotionally intelligent classrooms. Now gently rub through your palms. Apply the energy on your face. Gently massage your eyes. Then open your eyes, look at your palms. Be blessed. Yeah. Would you be able to do meditation? Was it easy? Easy or difficult?
Not easy, sir. We had to bring down all the thoughts.
Okay.
Was dragging me to sleep.
Sleep, correct.
Yeah, in the starting, these problems will come. Yeah, by regular practice, you will overcome all those things. But overall, how did you feel? Good. Will you practice this simple technique daily? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Uh, Three things. Key takeaways. Repeating emotions become emotional patterns. So this Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama and this observing the breath, this meditation technique will reprogram your subconscious mind. Yeah, we do not merely teach what we know, we unconsciously teach who we are. So emotional intelligence can be consciously cultivated. Meditation and positive affirmations help transform unhealthy patterns. Great teachers transform lives. Yeah, if you want, you can take the affirmations also. There is a difference between normal affirmation and after meditation, if you make affirmation, there is a lot of difference. During meditation, your mind frequency goes to secular level. So in that level, if you make affirmation, it will happen quickly. The changes will happen quickly. Your commitment. Write down one emotional pattern you wish to cultivate in the next 30 days. Yeah, we may have more than one negative patterns. So instead of trying to neutralize all the patterns immediately, so take one pattern and try to change that pattern for 30 days. So you will succeed in the next practice. So after that, take another emotional pattern. Like that, if you become master in changing one pattern, so you can change all the other patterns possibly. So practice awareness and transformation. So daily practice before meditation, you practice Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama 10 rounds. Then meditation for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Positive affirmations. Meditation followed by positive affirmations. And breath balances, then awareness increases, transformation happens. Let us grow together and create emotionally intelligent classrooms for a better world. Okay, thank you very much for the patient listening. Let us be educators who inspire, transform, and elevate every human life. Mr. Arun Karthik referred me to this program as a resource person. So management gave me this opportunity. I sincerely thank Mr. Arun Karthik and the organizers and the management for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
It's such a wonderful session. Thank you so much. Actually, my personal experience, 1 or 1.5 months before I started with yoga, every day we practice this Nadi Shodhan or Pranayama. Now you gave us the clear insight of why we should practice Nadi Shodhan Pranayama. And you also gave us so many techniques of like what are the emotional patterns we cultivate, how we should talk to students. And sometimes we get agitated, a lot of disturbances definitely we have. And how do we balance it and why we should balance it. So a kind of lot of questions were answered, though we didn't have ask any doubts, but I think most of our questions were answered. Thank you so much for such wonderful session, sir. Please give him a big round of applause. I now request Dr. Laina and Dr. Ma'am to present a token of appreciation and our respect to sir.
Actually, you are very subtle, simple, and very effective, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. You are a very effective teacher.
Sir, your face itself depicts how calm and composed you are. Your emotions don't go high and low. You're just like this from past 1.5 hours. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And we'll break for tea, and then we'll come back by 15 minutes, and we'll start the next session. Wonderful session we have. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome back. I now take this privilege in introducing Ms. Seema Piluchla. Am I correct?
That's right, yes.
Counseling psychologist. Madam's designations, the positions she holds are, she is an author, counseling psychologist, educator, public speaker, emotional wellness and life skills coach, trainer, teen mentor, parenting coach, marriage counselor, NLP practitioner, passionate traveler, and spiritual seeker. She also has expertise on training, emotional intelligence, communication skills, and growth mindset for organizations and corporates. She also visits campus to corporate transition program, emotional and professional readiness for undergraduate and graduate students. She is an educator. She also has an expertise over educator empowerment and professional development programs, psychology-based personality development for students and teens, structured mentoring and life skills programs across developmental stages, purposeful parenting workshops, psychology backed, premarital relationship and marriage theory, something interesting, supervised internships and professional training for aspiring psychologists. She also counsels individual emotional take up individual emotional counseling for children. Ma'am, we are very happy and to have you here. I now request Aarti ma'am to welcome her with a token of appreciation, with love and affection.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon. So nice to be here. I'm a very hands-on person. Normally, I'll be sitting with a client and chatting with them and all of that. So I really want you to mull over a lot of things. This is going to be, I want you to give me inputs on various aspects of your life. So communication and conflict. Okay, tell me something. Let's start with this. I'll ask you a question. Suppose you were alone in an island, okay, by yourself. You have many problems and everything is given. It was big boss house. You've got food, you've got everything in that. Okay? Do you think there are going to be problems? Maybe day-to-day living problems, sleeping. Maybe everything is it's like a 5-star facility for you. Nobody's there with you. Are you think there's going to be any problem?
Yes.
What is going to be a problem? What is it?
Loneliness haunts.
Loneliness. Okay. Okay. Fine. Socializing is necessary.
No,
Huh? Sorry?
somebody should be there to discuss.
Somebody should be there. Very
To fight
good.
with.
Sorry?
To fight with.
To fight with, exactly, excellent, very good. Somebody should be there to fight with. And we are saying it with a smile. But actually at home, when that happens, how many of us are actually smiling? Tell me. It is so overwhelming, isn't it? All the time we are feeling, why the hell, yeah? I feel like leaving this man and going. I feel like leaving this girl and going. How many times have we thought about that, isn't it? So interpersonal communication, relationship, all that happens when two people are involved. If one person is there, life is chill. That way, communication wise. So let's talk about communication and the conflicts more than the communication that arise. Before we begin, I want you all to close your eyes. Okay? Keep your back straight, just close your eyes. Keep the spine straight, but you can keep your shoulder and neck relaxed. Slowly breathe in through your nose, very slowly. And breathe out from your mouth. Breathe in through your nose. And breathe out from your mouth. Do it at your own pace. Inhale from your nose and exhale from your mouth. Do it a few times. Now visualize the last incident where you had a tiff with somebody, some conflict with somebody, some argument. It was a very bad argument, very nasty. You're really anxious, angry. Just go back and visualize. It would have happened today, yesterday, last month. Very, very nasty one. Maybe you cried. Maybe you got very, very angry. Maybe you even hit your child. Vividly imagine that again as if it is happening in front of you right now. Where were you? Who was around you? What were you wearing? What was your facial expression? What do you think was happening there? Visualize with your eyes closed. Now, while you're visualizing that, also just scan your body from head to toe. Can you hear or listen to your body? Is there something happening in your head? Maybe chest area, shoulders. For different people, it can be different things. What's happening in your body? Just scan it and see while you're thinking about that very bitter fight that you had. Listen to your body. And when you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes. First of all, how many of you could visualize it? Please raise your hand. Okay, right. And how many of you felt it in some part of your body? What was happening in your body?
It's like
In the head, there was a heaviness in the head. All right. Anything else? Could you feel? Leg, is it? Sorry, somebody said something. Yes, sir. What was it? Leg. You started feeling a little feeble or a little shaky. What was it exactly? Sorry. Anxiety on your legs. You could feel it. Okay. Anybody else? The throat felt a little tight, as if somebody is suffocating. Like anything else? Chest feels very heavy, right? As if maybe shortness of breath, as if something is here. So you see, for different people, it's different thing, right from head to toe. Did any of you feel neck, shoulder going a little stiff? You felt like that? Anybody felt sweaty palms? Or many children do, many teenagers. I work extensively. Teenagers have these. So can you imagine you went back to that incident? Is it happening in front of you right now? No, right? Your mind doesn't understand the difference between what is real and what is unreal. Isn't it? It is actually feeling it as though it is happening right now in front of you. That is the way our mind and body are connected. It doesn't understand. So you naturally trick your mind. That's why they say master your mind. So imagine if you have interpersonal relationship issues, conflicts, that is the way it starts affecting your body. As teenagers, many of you students would be having a lot of anxiety issues. I'm sure Aarti would know, many would come for counseling. Many come to me for counseling. Many probably of your children might be going through anxiety issues. So it happens in the body. As you age, as you start growing up in your 30s, early 40s, it starts manifesting as diseases in the body. Either you have, it starts with as much as BP problem or diabetes or all those things, right up to very severe tumors and cancers also, because it is storing in your body, right? For such a long time, for decades. So that is why it is very important, and relationships therefore are very important to handle. If you're not handling your relationships properly, this is how it's going to have an impact on your not only your mind but also your body. That's how it goes. Yeah. So are we able to connect between the mind and the body? Shall we do another very quick experiment? Please close your eyes again. Okay. Let's see if this happens for you. So you're feeling very thirsty, and it's a very hot day, sultry day, and you say, "Oh, let me go and look at something." You've got your eyes closed now. Look, you just imagine, visualize this. So you've gone to your kitchen and you'd say, "What can I have right now? Let me open my refrigerator and see what's there." So you open it and there is a lemon, very nice, juicy yellow lemon. Okay, you're like, wow, let me make myself a lemonade. So you take it out of the refrigerator, you put it on your cutting slab, you take a knife and you nicely cut that juicy, round, yellow lemon. And then you take that lemon and you open your mouth and you directly squeeze that lemon into your mouth. Okay, please open your eyes. How many of you actually salivated? You felt it. I saw your expressions. How many of you did? Yeah, imagine. Just like in the previous activity, I made you do in 2 minutes probably. This I made you do in half a minute. Within half a minute, you've tricked your mind to believing that you're actually having that lemon. Isn't it? That is how much, that is the power of our thinking, our thoughts. That is the power of what happens into our body. Some of you will be like, little kids, I work with like 8-10-year-olds also. They bam, too tangy. I can see that expression on their face. So imagine, or where is the refrigerator? First of all, where is your house? Where is your refrigerator? Where is the lemon? Nothing is there, but all this is happening. And that is the reason relationships are so important in our life. Are you getting it? Whatever you're discussing with people, arguing, doing all of that, it has a direct impact on your mind. Yeah? Have we established that? Okay. Now tell me something. Is it connected?
So how CPUs
Is it connected? Okay. It's blue is also coming, but maybe I'm not clicking the right one. Okay, in the meantime, I will probably just use my. Okay, please look at this picture now. Just imagine what's happening here. What is your interpretation of this? What do you think would be happening here? Where is this scenario? What do you understand from this picture?
A new student entering into class.
A new student entering into class, okay?
I think it's a work cabin.
Okay, maybe there are a group of colleagues here, okay? And what do you think is happening here? Do you see anything which is happening here? Sorry? Somebody is walking out. One student is walking out, okay? What's happening? What else?
The teacher is trying to converse with her.
Yeah, maybe it's a teacher. It could be a classroom. That's your interpretation. I'm just leaving it to you. It could be a classroom or it could be a workplace where this girl is walking out of the class. Anything else? Anything about the emotions of the room, the emotional condition of this room?
She seems distressed.
The girl looks distressed, okay?
The other person is trying to explain something to her.
Right, maybe trying to explain.
It is like, what is wrong with you? Kind of.
What is wrong with you, yeah? Come on.
Question answering is
Some question answering is happening. Somebody is interrogating. Somebody saying, hey, what happened? What else could be happening here? Other two are least bothered. They're looking very passively. Everybody thinks other two are least bothered, or do you think they are also like taken aback what is happening here? Probably. Some of you feel like that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think is the environment of the room? What could be happening in the environment? Is it tension or is it relaxed or what? Tense. There's a little tension here. Okay. Possible that that's also the daughter of this lady? Is it possible she's come to say something and is it possible? Anything is possible, right? Anything is possible. They could be anybody. They could be a group of students and she could be the faculty. They could be people in the staff room. There's a younger employee and there's a little more experienced employee. Anything could be happening here, right? So now the thing is, the situation is the same. Whatever happens in front of us, situation is exactly the same. But our interpretation of that situation is different. You agree with this statement? Everybody, you just saw a picture and you have different interpretations. Okay? It is also likely that there's a phone call that has come that somebody is not well from home and she's going and they're concerned and they're like, why can't I drop you? Something like that, right? It could be anything. Those interpretations are your interpretations. They are happening in your head. The situation is for everybody to see. But the interpretation is your interpretation. How many times have you seen in a public space? You go to a railway station or earlier we did it more. Today we have our mobiles. So we are focused on our mobiles even in the metro, this thing. But how many of you actually enjoy sitting and wondering what could that couple be doing there? What could that father be telling them? Have you seen that? You will see, oh my God, I think something is happening. So it is your interpretation of what could be happening. Many times those interpretations could be just in our head. In fact, most times that's what they happen. Okay, that's what happens. So actually, if we look at the anatomy of any conversation, okay, what actually happens is this. There is a situation. Everybody is observing the same situation, but our interpretations are different. We are interpreting it exactly the way we want to interpret it. Yeah? And because we have interpreted in a certain way, let's say the previous example, we have interpreted that, oh, she's got a phone call, somebody's not well at home, somebody's hospitalized. What happens to our emotions? We feel bad, we feel sad, we feel, I hope the person gets better. Those are our thoughts, right? But suppose it's an argument between these two people, then what is our emotion? It's different, right? Why did she have to behave like that? Those two guys sitting there will be saying, why did she behave like that? She should have been. So we are feeling very disappointed in her. So it could be anxiety, disappointment, anger. All those emotions are again our emotions, which are happening inside of us. And finally, we respond based on that. So actually, if you look at this, the observation is outside, but all the other things are happening inside of us. Isn't it? Everything is happening. Our interpretation, because of what we have interpreted the emotions, because of what we are feeling emotionally, we respond to that or react to that in most of the cases. Yeah? So this is what exactly happens. So everybody, like you've seen, those one person will be standing here, the other will be standing there. One can see a 6 and the other can see a 9. You've seen that where some people can see the younger woman and somebody can see the older. You must have seen those pictures, right? I didn't want to put them here. I'm sure you know them. It's all our own interpretations. And where do you think these interpretations come from? Why is it that all of us are not interpreting in the same way? Something that is happening in front of us. Experiences, wonderful. Background, very good. We think differently. Why do we think differently? Because of emotions, yeah. See, we think differently because there is something else that is happening inside us. And because we're thinking in a certain way, emotions also happen in that way. And because we're feeling emotions, we think more. So the think and emotion and all that is happening, churning. But where is that coming from? Suppose you were born right now. Would you have all those thoughts, emotions? You won't know anything, right? Something has happened in those 30, 40 years, 50 years. I'm 50, so that's for me. But yeah, so what do you think? Why do you think that happens? Why are we interpreting it like that? circumstances in life, behavior,
You are
brought up, a past, a behavior, people around us. So those are again external things. But what is happening inside us is absolutely our own interpretation of that. Look at this. So events don't drive our behavior. It is what we attach, the meaning we attach to something that is happening outside. This is my meaning of what is happening in front of me. Okay, so that is what happens, and that is why we react in a certain way. So if you look at this, the behavior is for everybody to see. Everybody can see the behavior through words, through their non-verbal, verbal cues. Everybody can look at that. But what is actually happening inside of each one of us is an iceberg, where some things people can see and some things people cannot see about us. Look at all those things. You listed some of them. They all come from our thoughts, they come from emotions, our values, our need. Everything comes from our belief system. What do we believe about ourselves, about people around us, and about the world? Yeah? Is this clear? It is all coming from something that we have believed from. It is our interpretation while growing up, even in the same house. Two children, two siblings have totally different belief system, totally different, isn't it? Totally different reactions. One could be an extrovert, one could be an introvert. One could be very reactive, one could be very, very calm and composed. Why does that happen? It's the same parents, it's the same environment. What changes here? What changes is the interpretation, the perception and the interpretation of how I look at things. Yeah? Right? So, why is this important? Why is it important to know that this is what is happening internally? Why do you think this is important for us to understand?
Yeah, to respond to the situation in a proper way.
Okay.
Handle the situation.
Okay. Maybe you are aware that, oh, this is not my value. This is not my belief system. I don't agree with this. But what do I say to the other person? That happens only if I'm aware of all these things inside me. I know I'm very self-aware. I know that I get very angry with these things. I know these are my values. Honesty is my value. Anybody who is not honest, I'm not okay with that. You know one very interesting thing? I'm also a marriage counselor. So I call people for pre-marriage counseling. I tell them, please come, understand yourself, and then understand what partner you want. Okay? But what ends up happening is that they say, no. What do you look for in a partner? What do people look for in a partner usually? Should be very understanding. Okay? Compatible. What do the parents, when parents are looking for a match, what do? Do they look for compatibility, understanding, compassion, empathy? Zero. Nothing.
Security is
Security. Kitna paisa kamata hai? How much money?
Family background.
Family background, yeah. What kind of
I
family
have a
background?
question. If you lose your job,
Huh.
then how will you look after my daughter? Even now, we ask the question.
Correct. How will you look after if you lose your job? So they have to give guarantee. I'll never leave a job before. What if you're kicked out?
Do you have houses? Do you have business already established?
Yeah. Parents are looking for that. Emotional security and all is no. That is not a criteria. Financial security and कितना कैसा है? Good looking. I want a very good looking. I have this cousin of mine. I said, what is it that you're looking for? Very good looking girl. She should be 5'6". She should be very fair. I said, okay. What happens after they get married? That's not the destination. Getting married is not the goal. That is where it starts, right? So this is what happens. We are looking for the wrong things, and we are not. My suggestion to everybody is that please understand if you are connecting at the core values levels, not at every level, but there are certain core values. Are you connecting at those levels? One is very, very honest, and the other one is okay, doing stuff. You think such a marriage would last? You think where one has a very charity kind of an attitude, social service and all, and the other one is always has a fixed mindset about the money, that no, money should not be spent, money should not be. You think they will have a good? There will always be arguments about that. So ultimately, it boils down to what is below the iceberg. Behavior will be ultimate. Oh my God, a girl and a boy meet, they go to a restaurant, they are in the best behavior. Behavior is fantastic. But what happens is after they get married and all these things start coming out in various ways and they're not even aware of it. Where is this coming from? The same thing goes for, I personally believe, the place you work. Any partnership, relationship is not just at home, right? Where are you working? Are you aligning at your core beliefs, core values level? Because if you're not, if you, let's say, I'm not talking about company, I'm talking about other organizations. Suppose a teacher really wants to teach, have the best interest of the child in mind, but that particular organization is not focused on that. For them, more the parents, more the money. I'm talking about many schools and all that, which are, if the management is not focused on that, right? They're not focused on the child. Ultimately, why do we have institutions? Who is that for? Who's that? What is that institution for? Tell me. What is it? What is the institution, whether it's a school or college or any grad, postgrad? What is that institution for?
Moral personality development.
Of who? Student. But how many times are we actually thinking about the student? It is never, ultimately, it's not about the students if the management is not aligned. And it always trickles from top to bottom. That is why when you go for your interviews, right, you can tell your children you're all in a good space, good zone. But if anybody, you are, you have a lot of teenagers who will actually be graduating and going for their. So please tell them that only you don't go for your interview. You should also interview and do a proper research of the place that you're going to work for. Because very quickly you will not like to work for that institution. Your core values, your belief systems, nothing is aligning there. So that alignment comes from this. Yeah, and every behavior is a result of what happens beneath. My core values, my belief system. So all of you saw that picture before, the one I showed you. You all thought of it differently. Depending on what are your core values, belief system, thought patterns, cognitive distortions, distorted thoughts, defense mechanism. There is so many other things at play. Every individual is a separate iceberg. There are two icebergs interacting with one another. Yeah? So people don't look at the world as the world is. People don't look at other human beings as they are. They look at others the way they are. You look at something the way you are. That is your interpretation. That's why never be sure of this is unless it is scientifically proved. Right? Don't be sure because everybody has their own perception, their own perspective, their own belief system, and all of that. Yeah? So deadline missed, and this is typically what happens. Yeah, very familiar. So we have, okay, tell me, what are the different interpersonal relationships in your life? What are the different relationships you have in your life? Personal relationships at home, with who all? Probably your spouse, with your children, with your parents. Now, parents have also become another factor too. For how many of you, even you have to manage your parents also. It's not just your children. Yeah. So there are people at home. There are other social relationships and all of that. So you have to manage all of that at home and in office. What are the different people you have to deal with? Here at workplace. Colleagues, management, students, not so much parents, no, parents not so much, unless there's something terribly wrong. I think till then you all don't call the parents, right? In schools, so you have PTMs and all that. Here, I think there are lesser ones, right? So this is what happens. And this is what is happening. We are interacting with people every single day. And imagine the amount of tension and all of that we carry. Because we are interacting with those many icebergs. So many icebergs, 10, 15, 20 icebergs in a day. Maybe in your case, even more. Every student is different and everybody's different. So this is typically what happens. We get annoyed. There's always so much to do. And on top of that, if somebody is not meeting their deadlines, your deadline is not met. Interpersonal, interdepartmental issues happen. And this person thinks that, I don't think this person respects deadline. And this person says, she doesn't listen to my constraints. I have so many things to do, so many things to manage. I was not feeling well. At home, my father is sick. I have to take it. So he has his own iceberg, she has her own iceberg. This is what happens. Isn't this typical?
Really.
It's reality, yeah. When I asked you to close your eyes and do that visualization, what did you think of? What are the different types? Don't tell me the details, but what do you think happened there? Who were you having a conflict with, and why?
Starting from husband.
Husband. What did the husband do or not do? I'm just, not for any personal this thing. Something random. Generally, anybody's husband.
It was like this only. He says you don't listen to me. I say you don't listen to me. It's a deadlock situation.
It's a deadlock. That thing, Ekta Kapoor serial, all the anger comes in. Yeah, husband, wife, you don't listen to me, you don't listen to me, you don't understand me, all that happens. What are the other conflicts you thought of at that time? With colleagues? Okay, nobody's talking. That means most of you thought about your colleagues and you don't want to talk about it. It is absolutely fine. I'm okay with that. But this is what happens. At that point of time, what is she thinking? Where is she thinking? Where is she coming from? From her perspective, from her iceberg, from her values, her thoughts, her emotions, her value system, and he is coming. For her, punctuality, discipline is paramount. Deadlines, commitment is her core value, let's say. And his core value is also commitment, but he's also tied up with some other situations in his life. But how many times do we actually sit down and listen to the other person? He said, we don't have time. Where is the time if I start sitting and listening to everybody's problem, then how will I complete my work? So how many of you believe that you're really good at conflict management? You're very good resolving conflicts. Please raise your hand, honestly.
Not our conflicts, others' conflicts.
Gyan, advice, lecture. Oh my God, we are champions in that. We've seen our parents do that. We also have imbibed that. That is also okay. All those are also coming from your childhood. Most of it is coming from your childhood, by the way. The first 8 years, your personality is formed, your values are formed, and you actually go and do a lot of self work. It's done. Nobody can change it unless you want to change it. So this is what happens, and you've looked at situations where how many of you, not even a single person is raising their hand, like they're really good with, you're very calm in a situation, you're able to go half hand, full hand, very good, excellent. How do you do that? Like, what makes you do that? Okay. Right from childhood, you were like that. When you were in a teenage, you started looking at people's perspective. Okay. And you're a very empathetic person. Are you the go-to person when people come to you? Not necessarily. But you understand their perspective, right? Why do people like us? Why do people like to come to us for advice and all of that? Why do they like to spend time with us? Huh?
You listen to them.
Exactly. They feel heard. They feel that you're listening to them. What else?
Most of the times their problems will be solved.
Okay, they come for resolution of problems. They think you're really a person, the go-to person. I should go. I think I'll get my solutions from there. Okay. Sometimes we want, but then who is there to give you that listening ear? Truly, that's why I'm asking. Are you the person? Are you the person who is empathetic, who gives others a listening ear? Right? How many of you feel that you're empathetic? Who people come to? Awesome. Very beautiful. Very, very nice. Were you always like this? Always like this? Who are the ones who are always, right from the childhood, people were like, you were like that always? Any idea why that could have happened? Why is it that you felt emotionally regulated? That's how you grew up. And what did you grow up watching? Exactly. So there has to be an emotionally regulated parent. But how many of us are blessed to have emotionally regulated adults in our life? It's very rare. They are dealing with their own issues. Most of us, if you look at it, our parents are dealing with their own issues. So very lucky if you have role models at home, because a child, the prefrontal cortex is not developed. The thinking brain is not developed, right? Till teenager it starts developing till 25 years of age. When it is not developed, the thinking brain is not developed at all. Okay, if this is the brain model, hand model of the brain. This is your amygdala. Okay, my thumb is my amygdala. Okay, amygdala is a place which is the feelings brain. This is developed in children. Slowly, as they start becoming teenagers, This is hidden by the prefrontal cortex. This is your prefrontal cortex, which is the thinking brain. And it's not fully developed. In any of your students, it will still not be developed. It is developing. And what happens when they are not able to handle situations, this flip opens and there the emotional brain comes in again. So this is a thinking brain, which is here. This is actually the brain model. This actually happens in our brain. So this is the thinking brain, and inside is the amygdala, which is the feelings brain. And every other time this lid keeps opening. But how many of you, the lid opens far too much? You're always emotionally thinking. And for how many of you actually take a pause? Yeah, you take a pause, think about it, and do it. This is what is required. Till 25 years of age, you will say, no, my spouse is still not. This is opening all the time, or it's not there. Only the emotional brain. Everything. Oh my God, what happened? This happened. It's always a very reactive brain. So the reactive brain is always on, and this thinking brain is not happening. Yeah. So coming back to that, this is what happens in our relationships. If you expect that the teenagers, how old are they? Your students, 18 to 22 years of age. This is developing, but it also has this capacity to keep flipping open. Okay, that's why they keep on reacting. They are not very regulated. And there are some few people who are regulated from childhood, because they have seen their parents do that. Unfortunately, there are also children, teenagers, who become the parents of their parents. Does this make sense? Does this point make sense? They become parents of their parents. If the father and mother are always conflicting, always at conflict, that child, first of all, a little child, what do you think happens when all the time is yelling, shouting, sometimes abuse, verbal, physical abuse? What do you think goes on in a child's mind? What are the emotions a child must be going through?
Fear.
Fear. Very bad fear. What else?
Someone wanted to reach that and stop.
They want to stop it, but they feel helpless. As a little fellow of 6, 7 years old, how can he make them stop? So what does this, as they start reaching teenage, what do they start doing? Either they completely avoid their parents. They'll go and sit in their room and close the door. Or what else can they do? Sorry? They react. They start shouting, yelling, banging the door. And then you are like, what happened? And my child is not even communicating with me. Gone inside and sat because never got a chance to communicate. He has suppressed it all his life. So he doesn't know all his childhood life, I'm saying. So there is a lot of nuance to every individual that you meet. They may be coming from broken families. From broken families are still better. Divorce is much better. One happy parent is better than two conflicting adults. But the worst is people stay for the sake of their children, and those are the same children who get the brunt of very bad interpersonal relationship between the parents. Is that right? Am I making sense? I'm coming from this side of the world, and I'm sure Aarti and many of you see, because people come and share their personal stories, and this is what happens. And they become the parents of their parents. They will become the referee. They'll go and say, Mommy, don't do this. Be nice to Papa. Papa, don't do this. Be nice to. That happens. And imagine, you all know, you're all educators. You all know that there is a developmental progression. Childhood, adolescent, early adolescence, then adolescence, then adulthood. Okay, all those theories that probably you've done, Piaget and Vygotsky and all, they talk about that. And what happens there? Straight away from childhood, they jump to adulthood. They are not even allowed to be adolescents. Today, my 11-year-old, 12-year-old mentees talk as if they are 50, 60-year-old people. They're so mature. So, if you're emotionally regulated, because you learned in those silences, watching every toxic environment in your house, you became like that, then you've worked on it. You've sat, you've cried, you've journaled, you've told a friend something. Many people today even want to take their lives. Many teenagers, they do self-harm and they do a lot. Many teenagers have started beating their parents. I have calls coming where one 12-year-old actually took a dining table chair and started hitting her mother, because that is the level of aggression that it has reached. All the suppressed, and when your hormones are changing, when you're teenagers, obviously all the suppressed emotions come blasting off like that. So every person, why I'm going back to the childhood is because every person comes with some value, belief system, childhood traumas, and whole lot of things. Many are sexually assaulted and they don't talk about it for 30, 40, 50 years. And suddenly one day the dam breaks and it can even manifest, like I said, in the form of a disease. So there's a lot happening inside every individual. When you look at it, when you actually sit down and think about it, there's a lot happening in the other person. There is an iceberg there. So this is what typically, because we are used to it. We are used to thinking for ourselves. And all those people who raise their hand, empathetic people, are people who are trying to step into the other person's shoes, trying to see how they could be feeling. Right? So everybody has different expectations, different priorities, different way of expressions, different assumptions. This is where it all starts from. And that's why there's so many conflicts. And you're not bothered about conflicts with the neighbor or some other person. The conflicts which bother you the most are happening right in your home or in your workplace where you have to work with those employees. Those are the ones which bother you. You can say, see, otherwise I'm a very calm person. Only with my husband, no. Only with my children. I wish I'm waiting for my child to grow up. The moment they grow up, there are more problems that come there. So that is never ending. Right? So this is what happens. So are you all with me? Do you understand where each person is coming from? Okay, tell me, what are the communication killers? You hate it when somebody does this when you're talking to them or when you're trying to communicate. And what are those things which you totally dislike? And you say that this person is not even listening to me. Interrupting. Absolute. What else? Tone. The tone, yeah, the body language. Wife is cooking, making rotis. Husband comes, darling, I'm going out with my guy gang to Goa this weekend. Everything okay, right? Exams are approaching, okay? Children's exam. Cool, na? She'll keep roti bellowing and she'll say, yeah, fine. Go. Yeah, fine, go. The word itself is like, yeah, go. But what is she saying? What is her tone? Like, guys, I'm not coming. That's the next phone call. So it is not what you're saying. They say there's a research which says that only 7% of what you say matters. Rest is all your body language, tone, the way you present yourself. That is what happens. So what are the other killers? It's just you hate it when somebody does this to you. Nodding and saying, They're not even listening, just nodding. Very true. What else?
Eye-to-eye contact.
They're not making eye-to-eye contact. They're making eye-to-eye contact with the mobile phone.
Expression.
Yeah. Expressions, yeah. Yeah, tell me. In fact, you will get very annoyed with your students because most of the students have this care and attitude. They'll stand like this. My son used to tell me, okay, today my sons are 22 and 23. He used to get scolded because he never did his homework. He didn't do all of that. So he'll go to the class and so he'll go down. What is this? You've not done this again, this, that. Yes, ma'am, sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, okay, ma'am. He's not looking sorry. He used to come home and do mono acting, okay? I said, how did you get out of it? You didn't do your homework. He said, it's okay. I just said, I'm sorry. How did you say it? Okay, ma'am. Right, ma'am. Will it happen next time? No, it will not happen. Look at me. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. And he keeps smiling. Okay. So I'm like, why do you smile? He says, because when the teacher is telling me all that, no, I imagine a clown which is hopping and jumping and telling me some nonsense. And I find it so funny. And the moment I look at her, that's why I don't even look at them. So this is what our students are thinking. Okay. And they will look like they're totally not interested in what you're saying. I go to all the colleges, I go to Christ and all that. I do regular programs for Joseph's, Christ and all that. They have a poker face. You've all seen that in your class? Poker face, they'll be sitting. They'll be making some expression sitting like that. And you'll actually think they're not listening. But actually they're listening. Many a time you'll be surprised. I ask myself, how do you know this? I just know. So they know it, but if the expression is not matching there because they don't know. That is that is the way their hormones are acting now. So don't assume looking at somebody that somebody may look very interested, but actually not even listening to you. So it's all the verbal and non-verbal cues. So to come back to what are the killers, absolute killers, please take a look at this. And how many of you experience this? Yeah. Isn't it? Judging, advising, lecturing, multitasking. Oh my God, somebody's talking to you and somebody's looking the other way around, assuming. All these are absolute killers. If you are doing that, please watch it. If somebody else is doing that, it's time you tell them that this is what's happening. Okay? So communication actually breaks down in these situations. People are trying to be right in a relationship, right? That's what happens. And they're not trying to actually understand. It's just about me versus you. I'll tell you this very interesting thing about the 3 states that we all have. This is part of transactional analysis. So you can be in the adult state. Okay, first I'll tell you about the child state. You're in a child state. Oh, you didn't do it now. Tomorrow you just wait and watch. I'll cut your internal assessment marks. That is a child state. You're being stubborn. You're getting back at the child. So all of us have these 3 states, okay? Always keep watching what state you're in. Fine, do whatever you want. Fine. That is a child state. If you're in a child state, please catch it. Parent state is you should do this, you mustn't do this, this has to be done, need not be done. It's all rule book. Please watch yourself. How many times a day are you in the parent state? You should have known better. You should not have done this. The best state to be in is an adult state. Adult state is, let's talk about it. Can we sit down and discuss this? What is it that you think about this situation? That is the adult state. Each one of us. Now please, even in your husband, wife, partner or child, sometimes the child is the parent and the parent is the child state. A real child is in the parent state. I told you now, Mama, I don't want to do this, da da da. The child can be in a parent state. And then, sorry, wait. So it is all, any case, which state are you in? What do you think is the best way, even your, whether it's your children or student or your colleague, what do you think is the best state to be? And arguments and discussions and conflicts happen because the wife is in the parent state, the husband is in the child state. The husband is in the adult state, the wife is in the child state. Any other state doesn't work. Adult can still understand, but the other person will not understand. So you also keep changing your state. It's not that you're always in a child state and all. Next time when you're reacting to something, please ask yourself, what state are you in? The best, any guesses for what is the best type of conversation between 2 people? Adult to adult. Because that tells people that you respect them.
What if the other person is the child state and you're in the adult state? Still, that wouldn't work out.
It doesn't work. You have to sit down and say, okay, exactly what happened. I'll also tell you some ways in which you can handle yourself and others. So this is what happens. What exactly happened? You didn't do his dead. You saw what they said earlier, that not committed, and the person said she doesn't understand me. But probably this is a better way to discuss it. Adult to adult conversation. Okay? So don't be judgmental, be curious. Curious is, instead of asking your teenage child, why are you late? You say, what? Replace the whys with the whats. What made you late? What is always a reason. You're opening up the door for a conversation. Instead of saying, why did you not do this? You say, what made you not complete your assignment? That gives the other person a chance to talk. So replace your whys with your whats. Okay? Simple shifts for better communication. I'll give you 4, which you already know, but let's just revisit them. You have to first regulate yourself. Most important, your iceberg has to be regulated. You have to listen to understand, of course, active listening, validating emotions, very, very, very big plus, and assertiveness. I'll make you do a quick activity after this. So, first one is regulating it. Okay? Before sending an email, before reacting to something, take a pause. So even so, before this told, the different pranayamas, take a breath, drink water, go for a walk. You all have different ways of regulating it, right? That is the first one. Breathe, pause, drink water. Don't immediately, I'm very angry, I want to immediately send out an email. Don't take, whether you're excited or angry or something, don't make decisions when you're in any of those emotional states, even happiness. Batwara property. I'm so happy today. It's my 80th birthday. Okay, all 4 sons will get. That is not the time. Please don't do it at that time. I mean, that's what I mean. Okay. So this is what, first of all, you have to take a pause. Every time you're feeling furious, that's not the time to respond to people. The second one is, I'm going about it because I'm sure you all know these, it's just a quick reminder. Listening to actually understand what the other is saying and not listening to react or respond or your answer is already ready. Please pause yourself and say, can I completely listen to this person? Okay, active listening is a very big skill without interrupting, like you all said, with a lot of clarity and everything. Can you look at some of these strong builders? Please read these. These are so beautiful if you are able to use this vocabulary. Tell me more. Help me to understand. Can you take me through this? Can I understand your perspective? What do you think happens? What do you understand? If the more you start putting the ball in the other person's court, the more and more you become a better communicator. So please start using these builders. I would like to know your perspective. Again, adult to adult. Remember that. Adult to adult conversations. Don't talk to your child as if he's really dumb and an idiot. He's also an intelligent human. I've always talked to my children right from the beginning, adult to adult, even though they were children. And that's the way they respect you back. I mean, why you're not respecting me? Don't you know how to talk to me? Because you're not talking to them like that. No other child will come back. So same with your students. How many of you are very popular teachers? Because children feel, these teenagers feel very happy to come. Please raise your hand, those of you who actually have a very good rapport with your students. Excellent. These are the same people probably who are empathetic, who are understanding from the other perspective. They're the same people who people will also come to. Become a garbage bin, flies will come. Become a beautiful flower garden, butterflies will come. The choice is yours. What do you want to become? Okay. So this is what it is. Beautiful enablers, right? Listening is a beautiful. Many of us are very poor listeners. It's a very powerful thing, but a very taken for granted thing. Oh yeah, I heard you. Now listen to me. You're always wanting to tell what you want to say. Third shift is validating emotions. Whether or not you do other things, when somebody is coming and talking to you about something, please validate. What does the meaning of validating emotions mean? Sorry? Reflecting the emotion. These are the emotions. Oh, that must have made you feel very frustrated. Did that annoy you? Are you feeling humiliated because of the way the teacher spoke to you in the class? Or the coordinator spoke to you in the staff room? This is called validating. Do you have to agree with the person for validating the emotion? Do you have to agree with what the other person is saying? Absolutely not. You don't have to agree with what the other person is saying. That is not validating the emotion. That is not even right. Don't be agreeable. No, validation is not agreeable. Validation is, yes, I hear you. I know what you're going through, and this is what. Start using emotion words. Oh, that must have made you very. Please try it from today itself. Whatever I'm telling you are practical tips that you should start from today. Oh, that must have made you angry. Otherwise, what do we do? Oh, मेरे साथ भी ऐसे होता है. It had happened with me also when we just hijack the conversation. Instead of that, can you just take a pause, listen properly, and just reflect, paraphrase, and reflect. Oh, when you went there and your mother-in-law said this, that made you feel very hurt, right? That's it. That is the connection. You don't have to give any solution. In fact, please avoid giving solutions to anybody. You just have to validate. That's it. You must be going through stress. Are you feeling stressed about that? That must be making you feel lonely, isn't it? That's all. How beautiful it is when somebody is just able to identify what emotion you could be going through. For that, you have to first identify your own emotions also. Be self-aware so you can be empathetic to the others. This is the third shift that you can make. And this is the last shift that we have to make. I think we started. We have about 10 minutes more. Can we continue for 10 minutes? I'm almost done, but I wanted to do one activity. So this is assertive. Be assertive. How many of you are assertively communicating? Tell me that.
We try. Not always.
Not always, okay?
Depends.
How many of you, please raise your hand? You're very assertive. You're able to go and tell people what it is. Awesome. Okay. Let's test it right now. Okay. So I am your friend. Okay. I want you to come. I want everybody to think and respond. Okay, what will you say? And don't give me the best answer. Give me what you actually will do. So I'm your friend. I have called you. I said, yeah, it's been so long. We've not caught up. Why don't we catch up? Let's meet at this restaurant on Sunday. You're telling me your Sunday is difficult. Yeah, I have my family. That's the only day I have it at home with my family. I can't. No, please, yeah, it's been so long. See, we've not met, and I really want to share a lot with you. So then you're saying, okay, for one Sunday, let me see how I can manage. So at home, you prepare the lunch, you make sure everything is done, all of that, and you've decided to meet at 1 o'clock. We both have decided to meet. You and I have decided to meet in a restaurant at 1 o'clock. Okay? So you reach at 1 after making all the arrangements, having a fight with your spouse. Why do you have to go? One day, that day also you have to go with your friend or what? You don't have time for us. All that you've heard. You've argued, you fought, all that you've done at home and you've come. Correctly, as we both have decided, you have landed at the restaurant at 1 o'clock. Okay? I have not reached. 1:10, 1:15, you're sending me text messages. There are 2 blue ticks, but I'm not responding to that. You're calling me, I'm not picking up your call. 1:30, 1:45, and you get whatever. Now you have to tell me what happens to you. Okay? And finally, you decide to hell with this. I'm going to go home. I'm never going to, whatever. That is again your choice. Okay? I don't want to put words in your mouth. So this is the scenario. You all understood? I've ditched you basically. I've not come. You wanted to meet, but you're not. Now you tell me honestly, what next day no work? I'm going about my going about my job as usual. I'm thinking, hey, how are you? I'm not even acknowledging something happened yesterday, guys. Now you're seeing me. What is your response going to be? You will blast. No, blast me. Blast me. You have to talk to me, okay? Please blast me. Blast me. I'm a friend.
No, I just encountered this.
No, you're encountering it now with me. Please blast me.
That encounter. No, you don't have any common sense.
Common sense? How dare you speak to me like that?
You should reply to the messages. What is wrong with you?
What message?
I sent you so many messages.
What message was that? I didn't get any message. Please don't waste my time.
Then why did you waste my time then on Sunday?
Too bad. So this is one. Anybody else has a different way of thinking? Sorry, I'm just all role play, okay?
I would be like panicking.
You are.
Yeah.
Tell me.
What happened? Why did you come yesterday?
Please ask me.
What happened
Hey,
yesterday?
how are you?
Yeah, why did you come yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah? Where are you?
We were planning. We had a plan to meet at lunch, right? Yesterday.
Lunch. Oh, lunch. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot about it.
How could you forget?
What?
What happened?
Nothing. Yeah, I was at home chilling with my children and my husband.
Forgot?
Yeah, I did. Oh, I'm so sorry. Next Sunday? Next Sunday? Huh? Are you sure? Done.
No.
Thank you.
If I would have been there, I would have asked you, why are you pretending so dumb? Why are you baking so much?
No, got you, ma'am. Absolutely. And you're asking me what happened. Anybody else? Yes, please. You want to come here and please tell me if you're planning to then. Then I will take help.
No, see, it could be any scenario. I assume that there is certain things that would have been happened, so you're not. So in that particular tone, I am just listening because
Yes,
assertive
yes.
means it is. Okay. When see, I also took permission from my home and I came here to
Yeah.
discuss with you because we need to have some discussion. That was the thing that you told.
Yeah.
So subsequently, we will plan. Though you would have forgot, you might have all your
Reasons.
activity at your home. For some priority, you
Yeah.
prioritize your job.
Yeah.
Subsequently, we will meet on one particular day on different restaurant where I will fix the time. Probably you
Okay.
can join.
Okay. Fine, thank you. Okay, thank you. You only give all the solutions. I don't have anything to say. Yes, please.
And we behave the same. Nagesha Gupta sir.
You have to be the same. This is how you are,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
You're all so empathetic. You've even come out with a solution of your own, and you're telling, no worries. The next Sunday again we'll meet, and this time. Very cool.
Sir,
Very
then
nice.
why did you do it that way? You told me.
Okay, please tell me.
Yeah, I do understand that you didn't come. Maybe you had your reasons because
Yeah.
I was
used to the phone people at times.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I enjoyed the meal by myself. I got my me time.
Oh, how nice.
That's fine. We'll catch up some other time.
Sure, yeah, sure. Definitely, definitely.
All right. Bye.
Now, madam got one
Bye.
experience previously with me. Okay. So that scenario we will bring in here because it will be a nice time for you. Before lunch, you need to get some appetizers. You know? So it was
Okay.
a early morning. We were planning for trekking, and madam also accepted to accompany that. Okay. So on that day, I was not in the same tone.
Oh,
And
now you're
after-
actually telling the real scenario.
Yes, yes,
No,
yes.
wait, what happened to me? No, first my scenario. Okay, then you'll all say we are hungry and we'll go away without my solutions also. Okay, fine, yeah. What else? Huh? We'll pause it for that.
Okay.
Yes, please. See, I'm also have to be assertive, no? Okay, please tell me. Anybody else?
I will not talk.
You will not talk. How many of you will not talk to me for something? Please raise your hand. No talking to this person. What does she think of herself?
Come back.
Until you yourself
Until
come
I come back and I may never come back, so that is okay. That's okay. We never talk. Okay, what happened here? Why are you not talking to me? Simply. Okay, fine. Any other views on this?
Previously, when she misses, I would try to get another contact or probably her phone hooked up with someone else.
Okay.
So I would try to contact the person, some other means.
Okay.
I'll try to get the person. If she's forgotten, I would remind her, okay, I will just wait for it.
Fine. Very good. You'll try to find from somebody else because you're concerned. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Anybody else?
Are you fine?
But I'm fine now. Next day I'm coming in smiling and very cheerful. Nothing has happened to me. That is the reason. You would have called. And in fact, you can come and tell me what happened yesterday. Please tell me that. I tried to call something. Please tell me whatever you have to tell.
Yeah, I tried to contact with her, but not reachable.
Yeah, I went on another party. Yeah. One friend from London came. Obviously, I can't ditch her. No, so I went with her.
This is what you mean our relation. This is what you mean.
No, I love you, but you please understand my perspective. London, you here only, in Bangalore, anytime we can reach him. Okay, so we've all got the gist. This is how we all respond to situations. So, this is who we are. Either we are passive or we are aggressive. We are on one side of the, line graph, or we are aggressive. Okay. What about being assertive? All those people who kept quiet, who will not talk, who will not confront me, are all people who are passive. Passive people say, I am not okay, you're okay. There must be a reason. They're so empathetic, they don't even want to confront it. I am not okay, you're okay. That is passive. Keeping quiet, suppressing their emotions, thinking that something could have happened, but not talk about it. They are passive people. People who are aggressive, I'm pointing at you, ma'am, are people who will say, why did you not come? I have seen you and all that, are aggressive. Who say, I'm okay, you're not okay. There is a skill of assertiveness, which is, I'm okay, you're okay. Okay? So, I'll give you a very nice framework. Please start using assertive communication from today. The first thing that you need to say is a formula I'm giving you. Statement of fact. So what exactly happened? Can somebody tell me what had happened in this interaction?
They are meeting on that.
They are supposed to meet and I did not turn up. Correct? The second thing is, how did that make you feel? How did that make you feel when I didn't turn up? Betrayed, angry, upset, irritated, concerned. The third statement is request for a small change. Next time around, this is what I expect. And the fourth statement is, this is what I'm going to feel if that changes that. These are the 4 beautiful steps of assertive communication. So, for example, if you come and tell me, the person who's come and say, and with a very, very emotionally regulated tone, you're not hyper or anything. We were supposed to meet. You did not turn up. Next time around, if you're not coming, no, sorry. We were supposed to meet. You did not turn up. It made me feel very angry. That's it. It made me feel very angry.
Next time around, if you're not coming, I would like you to message me or let me know a day in advance. That will make me feel valued. Fair enough? State it very crisp. Tell the emotion, how it made you feel. Third is request for a small change. Fourth is how that is going to make me feel happy, is going to make me feel valued. And if the person is continuously doing that, even after that, then bye to the friendship. You don't deserve me. I'm too valuable. I will not listen to this nonsense again. Okay? And if the person, I'm telling you, even if the person reacts at that time, he will not forget this particular assertive communication by you. Okay? So this is, please remember this, start using it. Next time when I come, please tell me how it made you feel. So every conversation, beneath every conversation, there is a human being waiting to be understood. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed being with you. Thank you for being such a communicating audience.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So the key takeaways I just want to brief out. You gave us the awareness of different communication killers. You just listed out. I think if you could share us the PPTs, it would be really, really helpful.
100%. I'll do that.
Yeah, sometimes we will not understand what things
Please
are.
do that. You can share it.
Then the 4 simple shifts for better conversations, as you showed us at the end, and for aggressive person like me, I think this helps. This will definitely help. Then validating the emotions was very, very important to take away for me at least. So all the assertive partners. Thank you so much. We enjoyed the whole session. Thank you for being. I would like to request Dr. Naina and Kapil ma'am to just give away the token of appreciation.
Thank you, madam.
Oh, sorry.
It was wonderful.
Thank you.
I missed it between because I had a meeting. I joined in.
Thank you
Actually,
so much.
communication is very
Put
important.
round of applause.
Whether verbal or oral communication is very, very important. I think it's a wake-up call for everybody.
It was a lively session.
Thank you all for being so patient and so communicative. Thank you.
We shall now break for lunch. We will be back by 1:30 sharp. 1:30, 1:35 maximum. We have 3 more speakers in the afternoon. Wonderful speakers. They're already here. So we'll be back as early as possible. Thank you so much.
Please join us for lunch, ma'am. Please join us. Thank you so much.
Can I have that?
So much to learn Sorry, sir, I had to cut you at that time.
No
We were
problem,
talking
no
about
problem.
some, because I was also aware of the time already.
Yes.
She had given me a signal.
Yes.
To like follow this
Because
thing.
the post session and pre-session.
You gave one solution. I think you will call them and you will not answer.
Ma'am, if I have
No,
more
ma'am.
time, no, 1 hour I could only. We can actually break them down
No,
into
actually,
different groups.
That's fine. This is the beginning we are there. We'll learn from experience.
Next time we give them case scenario and come and do role play.
No. Next time we'll do it little different.
Yes.
We have just made a beginning.
Sure.
Such an initiative has not happened earlier.
First time. Naina ma'am is our associate dean of students well-being. So yeah, ma'am's initiative.
First time we have started. So we'll learn all this, no?
This is much needed actually. Mental health, even sir he took before this.
What happens is we also have to care ourselves.
First,
We
number
are
one is
always,
that.
especially females,
Yes.
we only care for family, profession, we never care for ourselves.
most organizations, the first session I start with self-awareness. Self, looking within, like forget
Yes,
about
yes.
other people. First relationship with
What we
ourselves.
did now, we made so many themes.
Yes, yes. I understand.
Next time we'll again improvise on it.
Yeah.
It was wonderful
rules.
time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Come join.
Yes, yes.
You're not interested in lunch? Huh?
Give you a bag. Those who invite me, I go to Christ very regularly, all the 4 branches. Also, I go to Banargutta Road, Kengeri, Yashwantpur. Last year I was supposed to go to the main campus, the Indra Nagar one, which that I got missed last time because I was traveling at that time. But all other, I'm doing a series of 12 sessions for with them for the students. Different faculty, like what I covered, everything right from starting education, selling. I started self-awareness. So your
PDF, your
full
documents
session.
are
I've
amazing.
taken
Thank you.
You're doing such a beautiful work, for all of us because we keep forgetting, we keep attending different things. Oh, मन में रहता है कि हाँ these points, and then this is so good that you're doing it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, please.
Because for our faculty, many people they are engaged in other things, no, they cannot attend. So for them,
I'm just also saying.
It's so sweet of you and like taking out time and putting it quickly and that's wonderful.
thank you, brother. Thank you.
Sure, please. Whatever I do, I can share. So I started different thoughts, what are the cognitive distortions that they have there. 3 I've taken. Now I take them through fixed mindset. I've taken through this is also there one of the topic. I'll tell you, you can text me at any time and I'll respond back to you. I do different things. First of all, making them aware. I usually do very hands-on things so that I tell them what it is and I give them some. One scenario enact which is fixed mindset, one you enact which is good mindset. They only do role plays. So very clearly and everybody laughs. They love role plays, children especially. They love it.
Aarti, this is to be fixed back into that. So yeah, that is the best way.
Any of my trainings with children, I'm teaching them how to skills.
So where do I put
I
this?
do develop.
Madam, you keep it on
I'll
the
just
top
keep it
itself,
here.
near to the
Okay,
glass.
yeah.
I'll make it.
Okay,
You
thank
to
you.
fix there.
Thank you.
I'll
Because
answer.
I am very poor at technicality, so
online.
कहीं का कहीं और हो गया and some wire उड़ गया तो it will be like chaos.
Very
Yeah.
close from here. Thank you. The golden palm resort is there. Very close from here. It's hardly took me half an hour. So yeah. Please send me a message and you can send me a message right now. Share your number. I will save your number, and then you can send me a text. I'll be between many other things that I do. I'll respond. For sure, I'll respond. Thank you.
I'll share it, Sheila. I'll share it.
Yeah. No, anytime later she says if she wants to do something for students and all.
Right. We do a lot of soft skills training also.
Very
Na?
versatile.
So yeah, we had this in the last semester. So we spoke about emotional intelligence, mindsets, presentation skills and all of that. Correct.
Make them do it. Basically, that's the best thing.
I
to do.
always do interactive, hands-on activities on these. You can't give lectures to these students that are very, they feel very bored. Because सारे सब लोग ये बोलते हैं कि सब लोग आके PPT दिखा रहे होते हैं, all the other teachers and all. Because of course it is technical and they should understand things and all. So this session, these kind of sessions, I make it very interactive and interesting so that they feel good. So and they learn something. Yeah, it should be impactful is what I think.
In fact, the one thing which I find very effective in self-awareness is Johari window.
Yeah.
Very effective. I divide them into groups and what do they think? I make them write on the slip. What is it? So I exchange. Like 6 people here, 6 people there. There'll be like, let's say 10 groups. So I give them a blank sheet. I say, write your name. And I give it to these people. I write their name. Give. So that person whose name is there is not sitting in that group. Then I say, top 3 things that you feel are positive about this person and 1 area of improvement. 3 is too much for them to handle in the same way. So they all have to discuss and go one by one. They don't even know each other. So I tell them, so in my peer group, they're the same set of students, right? That's why I do Jover even in relationships. After 2 or 3 sessions, why didn't they somewhat know each other? In the beginning only, I make them do any activities where they get to know each other. So find the person who's like this, find this. So then there's a curiosity, and I make them sit in pairs where they don't know each other and do some, listening skills and all that with each other. So that way, in 2-3 sessions, they all know each other somewhat. Then we can, even if they don't know, what is your perception about this person? How do you perceive this person? Oh, it looks very sweet. And nobody knows who has given the feedback. So I tell them that you're doing a favor to the other person by giving a feedback. Feedback always helps. So it's very nice. So that way, the person also feels validated in something good. And for something he's thinking about feedback. It can be an introvert who may feel that I look very, I come across as maybe my expression. So my thing is mostly
ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನೇನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
you also have to give them some theory, the funda. These things, so we do 1 hour in the class and 1 hour in the activity. Or 45 minutes in the class. That is also in short, like what we did here. Something like that.
Go for lunch.
Yes, please.
Then I'll go to, prepare
Yes,
for my
you have to.
session.
You need any?
Yeah, I've called her. She's a friend of mine.
Sir, this pointer.
One second, sir. 1 second. Sir.
Yes, so here is a question for you, and I'll give you 90 seconds. You just fill that paper. Yes, whatever. Humans, metas, situations.
No, sir, there is a stress which will be causing in columns and beams, sir. So, madam is civil engineer, so she is expecting the stress in that.
I'll not tell those stresses. Strain also will be
Okay, so stress for human beings, stress for all of us. You can put yourself in that shoe and then write down few things. Under 60 seconds. Another 30 seconds. See, I'm trying to create stress for you now.
I wanted to tell it actually.
That is my second.
Action seeking. If you are done, you can raise your hand. Oh, and so many things are there which are causing stress. Okay. Okay, I can see few hands now. Last 5 seconds. All right. So would you like to read it out?
High
If that is
workload,
not personal.
high workload and deadlines.
High workload, deadlines,
Commitments, responsibilities.
commitments, responsibilities, traffic,
Peer pressure.
peer pressure. What is that, sir? Time. What is thinking?
Money handling.
Money handling, finances. Sorry? Unplanned activities. Okay. Pushing into the zone of uncertainty. Anxiety, fear. Health issues. Yes.
Social engagements also.
Social engagements, relationships.
Education, kids education.
Kids and elderly parents.
Kids and elderly parents.
No, I will take care of them. Definitely.
No, no, oh my God is for hearing so many factors that are contributing.
All causes does not one particular.
How are we managing in between so many of these things?
They actually made it.
Made also.
Made.
We practiced.
Not coming on time. Taking leaves. Taking leaves.
Taking leaves.
She's going to that meeting. It's not available for 1 month.
They made it.
No mother-in-law stress?
Relationship.
That is accepted stress.
Okay.
That is traditional stress.
Fine. So now I have pushed you into that zone where you are thinking so much now. I mean,
Beyond classroom.
beyond classroom, and so many factors are there which are constantly triggering us. Triggering from this side, that side, top side, every side. So what we'll do is, we'll do a short 10 minutes breathing practice. We call it as a meditation. Okay? And then you tell me after 10 minutes how you are feeling. Alright? We'll come back to those things again. What you have written on the paper. So yes, how do we sit? First of all, putting mobiles in silent mode. At least it will not disturb the person sitting next to me. Alright, okay, then sit in a comfortable posture. You can cross your legs at your ankle. You can clasp your fingers into fingers like this. And you close your eyes. You can remove your specs if you are wearing. Anyway, you are closing your eyes, right? You don't need spectacles. Okay, so next 10 minutes, we will forget everything. We'll forget our kids, husband, mother-in-law, maid, finances.
Switch off the light.
You want to remember? Not to forget.
Let's go into mindfulness meditation. With your fingers into fingers, resting your hands comfortably in your lap, with your eyes closed, specs removed. Observe your normal, natural in-breath to the out-breath. Our goal is to empty the mind and be in that state of emptiness. When we observe our breath, the mind becomes empty of all thought, No forceful inhalation, no forceful exhalation. Observe your normal, natural in-breath and out-breath, and allow yourself to slowly become empty of all thoughts in your mind. And as your mind is becoming empty, allow yourself to experience that emptiness inside of you, all around you. Be with your breath. Become one with the in-breath and the out-breath, and allow yourself to slowly experience that emptiness all around. The more you experience that emptiness, the more you channel that energy into the gender's present moment. And the more your body functions at its natural best. presence is energy. Become aware of that emptiness, that energy, spreading far and wide. Friends, at this time, I would like you to express gratitude to all things and everybody. Your gratitude to your parents, your teachers, your mentors, your family, friends, colleagues, everybody, to this grand nature, to everything you use, to yourself, and to this intelligent universe. Gratitude is the ultimate state of receivership. Slowly, whenever you're done, you keep your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds, and then you may open your eyes.
Okay. How are you feeling now? Good.
After a power nap.
Like a power nap. Feeling refreshed, relaxed. Yes. Calm, peaceful, relaxed, energized. Anyone feeling fresh, energized? Okay, as if you have slept for 30-40 minutes. Yes. So that's the beautiful effect of meditation. I do this all the times in my office. After my lunch, I go into a quiet room and then sit for 15 minutes, and then I'm recharged to work for another 4-5 hours until I come back to my home. Okay, so I just want to give you a short flavor of meditation. So we'll go a little deeper now on what are the benefits that one can see through this practice, and so we'll also touch a little bit of science here. Okay. So what are all those things here? I mean, there are 5 circles, right? Does anyone know what is PQ? Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Satisfaction.
Emotion. I forgot to know that. Okay.
Before question
Good
paper,
slide,
answer was leaked.
Yeah. Okay. IQ is the most popular thing. So that's what I have been trained in my school, in my college, and even in my office right now, how to work on my IQ, intelligent quotient. Okay. So generally, so this is the factor that most of the emphasis on, right? So we have a lot of exams, tuitions, everything that improves the IQ of a kid or an individual so that they can perform well, they get good marks and they can get good job and they can earn well, so all those things. But unfortunately, all these other factors are ignored. At least I wish many times that such a course was there in my college because I was going through a tremendous amount of stress in my final year actually, and it in fact affected my health. I the reason why I came into meditation is in my final year, in fact, the final semester, so my health became so bad that even if I eat something little spicy, it used to throw up. Hardly I went to college and wrote my examination. So I was hopping from one doctor to another doctor, consuming handful of medicines. And finally, one doctor said, after doing a lot of tests with a very senior doctor, he said, all the tests are fine. I think something wrong with your mind. Just check it out, he said. First, I got very angry. What kind of stupid doctor is he? He's telling problem with me when I came to him for a problem. But then the one who took me to the doctor, my uncle, has been in this practice for by then 20 years by then. So he told me, okay, you heard what the doctor has said, right? So let's take it up. Let me try it out 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the evening, and then see if it is benefiting you. So I got 3 offers from 3 different companies, Infosys, Cognizant, and Wipro. All 3 I deferred because I don't have energy to go to the office. I wrote a mail to them, please defer my joining date. So I took this quite seriously because medicines are not helping me out. So 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the evening, I used to pull out some music, random music from YouTube and used to sit in meditation. So few weeks, I think 3-4 weeks, by then my confidence level slowly started improving. Although the health was not that improved by then. But within a 6 months of time, I could see a good difference. And that's when again I took up a job and came back to Bangalore in 2013. Actually, I met the founder of this foundation in 2017. He was with a company called IBM, a vice president. Until then, I know only like my uncle who is into farming and business does this meditation kind of stuff. Even my friends used to tell me, you became yogi, you are going to Himalayas, you are not going to marry. All those things they used to tell me whenever I tell them you practice meditation. So first time I saw a VP of a big organization telling about quantum physics, meditation, and neuroscience. He connected all these things and then started explaining these things. It kind of intrigued me. I got so curious, and then I went and asked him for his time. He said, then he told his story. Actually, he used to have his own software company called Sambhavi Technologies, and that got acquired by IBM. For any software employee, first of all, starting a company is a big dream because so many things will come to my mind. Will my family support me? What if I fail? All my savings will go off. Do I have that expertise? And this guy has not only started, but IBM has bought his company. So that kind of blew away my mind. So then I thought, okay, let me take this quite seriously. And in fact, in the last 9 years, have been onto this practice quite seriously. Then once I understood the benefits, then I took it up as a passion, and then I come to the events like this, to the schools, colleges, and even to the corporates, and introduce the benefits of meditation. Okay, so my own personal examples I'll tell you. I already told you how my physical quotient improved through the meditation. And what is EQ? Emotional quotient. So all those factors, whatever we write on the paper now, the factors that are causing the stress. Is there any exception on this planet who are not exposed to stress? Babies. Okay. They also have stress. Mother is constantly on back of them. Eat this, eat this, eat this. Ah. Okay, so our emotional quotient improves a lot. What does that mean? What happens when our emotional quotient improves? Things that are triggering us before will not trigger us anymore. So we build that layer of protection around us. Earlier, if someone is honking very badly in the traffic jam and if you are going mad, so now when our emotional quotient improves, what would you think? Okay, blind man, he just stepped on my foot. So your perception will change in that way. You will not be triggered by your kids that much, by your boss, by your peer, by your whatever it is, mother-in-law, any other factors. Our emotional quotient improves. So what is outcome of it? Once our EQ increases. Yes, our suffering reduces. Once our suffering reduces, our depression levels will reduce, our anxiety levels will reduce, our fear factors will reduce, and we tend to live more happily. And what happens when we live more happy?
The people around us also they be happy.
Yeah, the people around us are happy. And the beautiful side effect is we start loving ourselves a bit more. See, until my college, if I ask whom you love most, I used to tell Shah Rukh Khan or Prabhas or this factor. But now, once I realize the first factor that I have to love, the most is myself. Once I love myself the most, then obviously I'll stop torturing others. So then, as Madam said, the people around us also will be happy. So the beautiful effect, meditation improves our emotional quotient a lot. Nothing we need to do. This simple 10 minutes, whatever you have done now, we need to do it consistently, maybe in a little longer durations. Everything will be taken care automatically. And what will be taken care? That we'll see in the next 10-15 minutes. And what is this NQ? Maybe it's a new term. Manifestation quotient. What does this mean? Any idea? Visualizing the dreams, everything. Yeah. I have never heard of this word called manifestation until 2017. So basically it talks about thought power. If I want to manifest something into my life, if I want to create something into my life, so I will develop that power within myself to create. Who is the one responsible? If someone has to create something into their life, who is the responsible person? Myself, right? So it all depends upon, I'll tell you one example. Okay. So I joined in Wipro in 2013. I worked there for 3 years and then I moved to a startup in 2016. Why to a startup? They are paying more money. So I went there. Okay. But then I was doing the job of 3 persons. And then it had a lot of stress to me. Even if I'm going on a holiday, I have to carry this laptop. My friends started making fun that it has become an extended part of my body. Okay, it became to that extent, 14 hours, 16 hours every day, and finally I'm fed up. I thought, okay, I need to find an alternative. So I attended a one-day workshop on the concept called thoughts create reality, how we can improve our thought power. So okay, it looks good when I'm hearing the pointers and all, but I have a doubt. Will it happen to me? Can I increase my thought power? So I just experimented. I took out a paper like this, paper and pen, and then the coach over there asked me to write one goal. Okay, so what is one thing that was there on top of my mind that time? I want to change this job. I want to go in a better organization. And then he asked me to go into more detailing. How does a better organization looks like? So I started writing few things. It should be 15 minutes away from the place where I'm staying. Office should have big garden like how your campus is having, so that in break times I can come out and then I can relax. And it should have a sports complex and most importantly a friendly boss. And then a beautiful team who always encourage and empower. So I wrote down some 6-7 pointers, and then he said, okay, now we have the pointers, and you have to improve your ability to attract that event, whatever you have written. because whatever I have written is not there in my life at that point in time, but was there as a possibility. Do you all agree? Right now, whatever goals we might be having, that might not be there in our life right now, but is there as a possibility, right? So what is the gap now between me and attracting my possibility? I have to become that person so that I can attract that. It's just like I'm an antenna and all the channels are in the space at all the time. So when I click that perfect number in the remote, my antenna will tune to the channel and finally the channel will come onto the TV, right? Same analogy. I am also a antenna vibrating with certain frequency and I need to tune myself into that frequency. So 30 minutes every day I used to go to the park in the morning and used to meditate and then visualize, okay, as if I'm going into that, I don't know which company it is, I was just visualizing. And believe me, 40 days after that, I gave few interviews, few didn't work out, few worked out, and finally have 3-4 offer letters, and then I moved into the company which was matching to those pointers that I wrote, and I went into HP. I almost worked there for 5 years until I moved into my current organization, SAP. How friendly the boss is? Boss was. I want to go to Himalayas once. Okay. In 2018, I want to take a 10 days leave. So I was thinking, what should I tell him? Please, my marriage, or I'm going to look at going to look at a girl, or I was thinking about different factors, what kind of excuse I can tell to my boss. But then, okay, I thought, why can't I tell the truth itself? So I went to him and said, Satish, I want 10 days leave so that I want to explore this whole stretch of Uttarakhand. He said, oh, is it you are going to Himalayas? Hope you will come back. Then he said, okay. And in fact, he was giving suggestions. You visit this place, you visit this place. And from then, every year I was going until this COVID started. So, what was the outcome of this now? My belief got strengthened. So, whatever we visualize, whatever we want to create, we can actually let those things happen into our life. Only thing is, I just have to become that version of myself which can attract those things. So that is the manifestation portion. Now all of you might have different factors. So you might be want to be more friendly to your students, or you want to change some circumstance at your home or finances, relationships, whatever it is. Maybe we can do a one-day exclusive workshop on this factor, okay? Later, how we can improve our MQ. And finally, what is SQ? We call it a spiritual quotient, but yeah, could be various terms. So finally, the satisfaction level. How satisfactory I am in my life at this point in time. Are we all contented? Or something is missing? Something is missing? Yes, right? Yes. We might be having that best sofa set, that best television set, might be making good enough money, but still something is missing. That fulfillment. So that comes with giving. That when we get into the mode of service, one beautiful profession, actually my favorite profession is what you are doing. Then because that's what I'm doing right now as my passion, even though I'm a software engineer full time, but this is what is I like the most because I am constantly in the mode of serving the students, in fact, creating a better version of the country. So yes, meditation actually improves all these 5 factors and we need not do nothing. We just have to close our eyes and be with our breath. Such a simple thing. Okay, were anyone aware of this development that happened 2 years back? United Nations has declared December 21st as a World Meditation Day. 2 years back. Why? Because it has sensed the increased level of anxiety, stress among the people, and a group of scientists, they have conducted research and finally they put the facts in front of United Nations, and because of which United Nations seriously came out as something called World Meditation Day on December 21st. And this is not something what is coming out of culture, but then widely accepted worldwide. Okay, I'll show few quotes now. By the end of the third slide, you should tell what I'm trying to tell. Okay. What is this? A man is but a product of his thoughts, what he thinks he becomes. He is not a great man. You can dream it, you can do it. If you think you can do a thing, or if you think you can't do a thing, in both the cases you are right. And what these three masters are telling us? Think. They are successful people, right? This guy has revolutionized the way how motor engines function, and the first person with non-violence he has brought independence to a country. And who's the second one? Walt Disney. Oh, you know, the famous character for all the kids. So what these guys are trying to tell us, our thoughts and feelings create our reality. So if I have to change some circumstance in my current state, current being, so then all I need to do is, I need to change my thoughts so that I can change my future. And meditation actually helps us in this. Anyone know about this experiment? Actually, it kind of blew in my mind when I first heard of this. So a group of Harvard students, they have taken a 20 senior citizen people. Okay, they have taken to a resort for 6 weeks, and they have painted the entire resort as if it was like 30 years back. Okay, they have done this experiment somewhere in 2015. Now the whole resort has been put with the pictures of 1985. They were playing the movies that were running at that point, and then all the posters that were there in 1985. They were playing those songs, advertisements, everything. And these 20 senior citizen people, they were asked to stay in the resort for 6 weeks. What happened after 6 weeks? It's all right. I mean, people who went into the resort like this, they started walking like this. And people who said, I am having knee pain, someone said, aged parents, okay, we should take them into this resort. And they said their knee pain was reduced. They started their fingernails, they started seeing fingernails growing, their hair become little gray. And yeah, the few said their eyesight improved. So what happened in those 6 weeks? How come? Any guesses? Nothing. They were just put in that resort, and that whole resort has been making them feel as if they were in 1985. They felt young, yes. So when you are constantly being bombarded with the information, then what happens? You will be actually made to believe. There is a beautiful movie called Drishyam. How many watch? How many of you watch? I think it's there in all the languages, right? So what's the core of the movie? So the hero character always tries to influence the mind by showing those, by creating that imagination, right? So what does that mean? Our mind actually changes, start believing in a different way if we actually show a different information to it. So that's what all these people have been exposed to. For 6 weeks constantly they were made to think they were 30 years younger. So when mind finally started believing they were 30 years younger, it started showing the reflections in the body. That's what happened to me in 2013 when I started believing that I am getting healed. My body started showing those responses. It started changing its chemical composition. Different kinds of hormones started getting released. Different gene expressions started getting expressed. So it's about different chemistry happening all together. So that was the power of the mind. So we call it as a placebo effect. Have you heard of this term? Placebo effect. We can actually make our mind. Is this necessary or am I audible?
Better you use it.
This is disturbing constant phone loud. Okay, I'll take hand mic. All right. Okay. So where are we?
The placebo effect.
Placebo effect. So yes, so now the whole game is with the mind. If I can make my mind believe something, it can actually produce miracles. Whether it could be creating those healing effects in the body or changing a version of myself so that I can attract the situations, I can change the situations around me, all those factors. Not only this, there are various experiments. There is a nurse in the Second World War time. So she saw a lot of patients coming in, soldiers getting wounded. And then what happened? Anesthesia got finished. The soldier has to be operated, then they has to use anesthesia, right? Then only they become unconscious. Now, she didn't get to the doctor. She filled the bottle of anesthesia with salt water and gave it to the doctor. So the doctor actually injected salt water into the patient, telling that now I'm injecting anesthesia, you will become unconscious. And what happened? The soldiers actually fell unconscious. The entire surgery got finished, and only the next day she actually told to the doctor, I couldn't see the pain of these soldiers, so I just played a mind game. That powerful it is. So the suggestions actually work in that level. So now all we have to do is how we have to make our mind be. So this is what we need to train our mind. How I can train my mind to be the version of myself that I actually want to be. Is the fact 63% and 44% actually became anger. So this was the slide I saw in 2017. I know that from my tradition, Adi Shankaracharya has been telling that everything is one, but I never actually understood. What happened is a group of quantum physicists, they have conducted this experiment. They want to measure, they have taken this atom and they want to measure what is the ratio of emptiness versus mass in the atom. And what they found out? What does atom has? Subatomic particles, right? Electrons, protons, neutrons, all those things. So they want to measure the ratio of the mass versus the emptiness. So what they found out is atom is 99.99999, 11 nines after dot is actually empty. Only the 0.01% is actually that mass, which is totally constituting all electrons, protons, neutrons, nucleus all together. Now, okay, experiment is fine. How is it related to me? How is it related to all of us? Who are us? I mean, we are all also bunch of atoms, right? Atoms form together, form molecules, and molecules form together. A tissues forms together a human being. So if 99.99% of the atom is empty, then 99.99% of myself is also empty. But where is that version of emptiness in me? I have been trained from my childhood. Okay, Pradeep is part, but now this experiment is telling only 0.01% of Pradeep is actually what I am seeing and what I am believing as Pradeep. But then where is the rest of me? It is there as emptiness everywhere. Did you ever try this? You are thinking of someone and then that person called you, or that person showed up and ring your doorbell. Did it happen to you anytime? Yes. So how is that happening? Telepathy. Yes. So our thoughts are actually reaching over there. So that's what it is. When 99.99% of everyone's being is actually empty, we are all interconnected to each other. We are not separate actually. And yeah, I mean, we have been programmed that we are believed to be separate. So now, did anyone felt during meditation that you saw something like some nice sceneries or gardens or waterfalls? No? Okay, we'll do a little longer one in some time, 25 minutes, then we will notice. Okay. I already see some people sleeping, so we need a little longer meditation. Alright. So now what happens? Meditation actually helps you to explore that bigger version of yourself. Otherwise, that I have been taking so many medicines, right? The effect that what medicine could not give, how a simple meditation has given to me. There is something which I don't know. There is some intelligence which is actually working on me, which is not understood by my human rational mind, a higher intelligence. So we get a taste of that higher intelligence through this practice. Okay. Some more science. What is this? What are these things?
Neurons.
Neurons, yes. And at which part of our body the neurons exist?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Okay, especially at the brain. The cells at the brain, we call them as neurons. So now, what happens when I learn something new, a group of neurons, they form like a thin wire, like a thread. And if I relearn that information again, what happens? One more thread gets attached. And if I repeat that for 100 times, imagine 100 threads getting attached and becomes like a thick wire. Why do we ask students to revise? What is happening in the brain when they revise more and more?
Neuroplasticity.
Yeah, I'll come to this neuroplasticity, but when they repeat again, so they tend to create more neural connections associated to that particular event so that they can remember that for longer durations. Now, also, there are different ways of education, right? You just ask them to repeat, and they'll repeat, and maybe after 15, 20 revisions, they might form a good number of connections so that they can remember at least till the examination. The other way of education, you show them some visual aids so that now what happens? Now, even with one instance of teaching, they create more number of neural networks. And now what happens? You add one more dimension. You create a movie or you add some audio. Now even more number of neural networks gets associated with the event. Now why I'm telling all these things? You have written some things right on the paper. What are causing you stress? Now when you think of that stressful thing again, what happens?
More stressful.
Why are we unable to forget that thing first of all?
You're thinking that stress every time.
As we are thinking again and again, we are creating more and more neural networks in our brain. That's why we are unable to forget that thing that our mother-in-law has said. Because we have been thinking of it again and again. How can she tell like that? How can my boss tell me like that? How can my student question me? When I am replaying that incident again and again, unknowingly I am creating so many neural connections in my mind. More the connections, more long-term memory. Very difficult to forget. It's good to remember good things, but unfortunately, we are also remembering the things which are adding up more stress to us. So now, how to break this? So now, what happens whenever you are thinking of that incident, you are trying to regenerate that emotion that has happened a week back, or a year back, or maybe 10 years back. Is there anything in your mind which is unpleasant and which was almost from 10 years?
20 years also.
20 years. Why, madam? Why are we unable to forget from 20 years?
Even mother-in-law is not there also, that is there.
So unknowingly we created so many neural pathways in our mind. So now when I'm thinking, I'm generating a feeling. This feeling is again generating that thought. This thought is again generating that feeling and I'm caught in that flow. Sometimes an entire day will go off in that. So how to break this now? I need to break this somehow, otherwise my day is gone. Suppose generally I have a habit of checking my emails early in the morning. If I see a nasty email, then what do I do? My entire day will go on in this thinking feeling loop unless I break this pattern. Any techniques to break this pattern? Get distracted. Get distracted. For some time. Yes. So now someone said, right? See, for every problem with me, only one solution: meditation. For you, the answer is simple. For all the questions, the answer is meditation. Now, what I'm trying to portray here is what is the science behind that. So now, when I'm closing my eyes and being with my breath, what's happening? I'm not thinking of that incident. So when I repeat this skill, just like any other skill, this is also a skill. People say it's very tough for me to meditate. I cannot even sit for 1 minute. They will tell with so much pride that they could not sit for 1 minute. But why? What is that happening? They haven't mastered that skill. That's it. It was tough for me when I'm a child to learn a bicycle ride, but somehow I pursued and I learned. This is also like that. I have to constantly be in that practice of being with the breath, being with the breath. Then slowly I disassociate all those incidents which have been troubling me. So all this neural network which has been there for 20 years now, what will happen? That will slowly get disassociated. One thread by thread, thread by thread, thread by thread, and finally it will break away. It will be there only as a memory. There will not be any emotion associated with that. The problem is with the emotions, right? Not with the memory.
But memory also gives some amount of emotions.
Yes, that's what we will break through this pattern. So you will not be associated to emotions any longer. See, because whatever you are telling to me, I might feel so silly, but it was not so silly to you. Why? Because what's the differentiating factor? The emotion that one is associated to that factor. So emotion is a residue of a situation. Now, if you have to remember me for a long time, what I need to do? Suppose if I come and slap you, you'll make sure that, right?
No,
I'll get slapped.
You have to do meditation.
Something extraordinary. If I'm giving you some kind of experience, then there are higher chances that you'll remember me for a long time, correct? So that's what I mean. So the differentiating factor over there is the kind of experience that one is going through in that situation. The experience might generate some emotions. The outcome of every experience is emotion. So the more emotions that we associate to the situations, the more long term we remember these things. I mean, emotions are not bad. Things are different. In fact, we can also, there are some schools who are working on this kind of concept of teaching kids. Everything that they want to teach the kids, they associate with kind of experience so that the kids will not forget them so easily. Yeah. Okay, so now this is one beautiful. We actually do a 3-week program exclusive for youngsters, once in every 2 months, evening 1 hour. And then what we have found out after 3 weeks is many of the students started expressing this has experienced to them. What does this mean? See, at least I was like this. If I see a question in my examination paper which I did not study, I used to go to my teacher and said, "Sir, this is not there in the book. How can this come in the examination?" Out of syllabus. So I was like this, thinking within the box. I have a box of my notebook, and if something comes within that box, I'm happy. Otherwise, stress, tension. Oh my God. If I didn't write, my rank will come down and my dad will crash me. All those movies used to come into my mind. So now with the practice of meditation, what happens is the boxes, all the boundaries, whatever we create, gradually tends to get broken. We tend to think in a new way. We call it as a neuroplasticity. So different parts of the brain which were unexplored till now, so will start its functioning. There is this classic study, right? We use only 4% of our brain. So why are we not using the 96%? Because we are not trained to use it. We are trained to use only that IQ related factor. But there are different compartments in our brain related to EQ, NQ, SQ, all those things. So now with meditation and improving the knowledge on that factors actually helps us to think beyond. So when we start think beyond, what happens? We start getting more and more solutions, more intuitions, and when I get more solutions to the problem, I'll be more happy because there will be less suffering. Actually, you can also experiment this with your students. Just 5 minutes of practice before you get into any lecture. You can ask them to do this briefing activity, and then you get into the class. And believe me, what you are teaching, they will remember for long durations. They will not forget so easily, and you'll have a better connect with your students. And in fact, that leads to better relationship. How many teachers I would have encountered from my schooling to engineering? Maybe 200, 300. I remember only handful of them. Why? So those handful of them has taught me something beyond the classroom, some kind of life skills which actually helped me to navigate the difficult circumstances in my life. So that kind of connect we build with our students beyond classrooms, right? Excellence beyond classrooms. So that's what we are meant to be here. Okay, so what happens again? So many benefits. Self-expression. Anyone has a problem here of expressing?
Situation.
Depends on the situation.
They're not expressing now again.
They're not expressing now.
You are. I'm saying who have problem.
I used to be a very introvert person. If some relatives used to come to my home, I used to go into a room and lock myself. What's the time? Okay. So with meditation, we become more self-expressive. We will express what we want to express, and we will also stop expressing what we should not express. So we become more balanced, and that inspiration factors develops in us a lot, and we become more engaging. We become a more team player rather than an individual one, and our empathy develops a lot. What does empathy mean? The teacher before Ashram, she was talking about this, understanding from the other's perspective. Not only it's not actually only understanding, but connecting. I'm actually feeling what the other person is going through and putting myself in the other person's shoes. What happens because of this? Less quarrels, better relationships. Okay, I will skip all these things now. One final slide before we get into another meditation. We have two different minds, conscious mind and subconscious mind. Thought of this thing, subconscious mind anytime?
Sleeping, something dream and the subconscious.
Yes. Okay. How many of you do your brushing so consciously? Brushing the teeth. Consciously. Consciously means
Make sure
I'm
that
doing, I'm putting brush in this direction, then this direction. I'm so conscious of which direction I want to turn. Or you put the paste and then you're thinking of something and the brushing is done in the next 2 minutes and then you go to the next activity.
Our kids is in subconscious that brushing. Just to walk up, no duty.
Okay, so when you are coming to your office, when you are driving,
Yeah.
are you conscious or you might be thinking of the lecture that you have to give and then after 15 minutes you end up at your college? 50-50%.
Signal it will be conscious. After that, it will be unconscious.
Unconscious. So then, even though you are not conscious, something is driving you, right? Who is that?
Subconscious.
So now, since you have come to that college in that route maybe some 1,000 times, now it became part of the long-term memory, which we call as subconscious memory. Anything that we do repeatedly becomes part of subconscious memory, and that makes us run in the autopilot mode. Whether it could be these small habits what we discussed, like how I take my bath, how I do brushing, how I come to my office. Not only this, how I think when the problem comes is also depending upon how I program my subconscious mind. All my behaviors, attitudes, beliefs, habits, perceptions, everything is part of my subconscious mind. In fact, all these things are something that are driving us, right? If I give a half glass with the half water, some people say half full, half empty. What's the differentiating factor? The perception, how they have been trained from their childhood. So now 90% of what we do actually on a daily basis is driven by the subconscious mind. and only 10% of it is conscious mind. Every time in December 31st, I put a new resolution. Okay, I have to get up 6 a.m. I have to go for jogging, I have to go to gym. But then I even go to gym and take a 1 year membership. But then after Jan 24 or 25, gone. Back to the normal. But
Not yearly revolution, per day revolution.
per day revolution. Because from January to December 30, I have trained my body to be in a certain way. Now suddenly on December 31st, I'm telling with this 10% mind that I will become a new person. But 90% of myself is actually programmed to be in a different way. So who win when 10% fight with 90%? Unless we have Bahubalis in 10. Okay. So that's what it is. Our beliefs, attitudes, behaviors are all part of subconscious mind. Now, what is the way? If we have some habits, perceptions, which we are not helping us, and if I want to reprogram them, do I have a way? First of all, it's very tough to get into subconscious mind. As Madam was telling, only during sleep we might get access, but we were not aware at that point. So how to get into subconscious mind? Only if I can get into subconscious mind, I can change my behaviors and beliefs. Meditation is a beautiful tool. So 10 minutes of this practice, what you have done, will take you to subconscious mind. And now the doors are open. It's all on you. You visualize and then you create a new kind of information over there. Over a period of time, the behaviors will change, attitudes change, beliefs will change. We become a different person altogether. All right? Okay. So let's quickly. So much information I have got, but we are running short of time. So we'll do another short meditation, a 20 minutes meditation. Okay? 20. Double than what we have done. Believe me, you'll enjoy this 20 minutes. Okay? So sit in your comfortable posture. Close your eyes, cross your legs at ankle. Are all your mobiles on silent mode? Yes? Okay. Only 20 minutes. Let's forget the entire world. I'll make sure you will come back into this classroom after 20 minutes.
Dear friends, dear masters, with your specs removed, eyes closed, fingers into fingers, resting your hands comfortably in your lap, with your feet crossed at ankle, that comfortable posture, I would like you to observe your normal, natural in-breath and the out-breath. We are going into powerful group meditation Our goal is to empty the mind. When you observe your breath, the mind becomes empty. With your eyes closed, observe your normal, natural in-breath and the out-breath for your practice. Take any point as reference on your nose, preferably in the middle of the eyebrows, and observe your natural breath. At that point, it is natural to have thought. When you recognize your thinking, go back to observing your breath, dear friend, and allow yourself to slowly become empty of all thoughts in your mind. Be with your breath. Become one with the in-breath and the out-breath, dear friends. And allow yourself slowly come empty. As the mind is becoming empty, we channelize all that energy into the gentlest present moment. We allow our body to function at its natural best. With your eyes closed, allow yourself to merge into your breath. Allow yourself to merge into your breath and allow yourself to become totally empty. As your mind is becoming empty, and you become aware of that emptiness inside of you, all around you. All emptiness is energy. This is the unlimited quantum field of energy. The longer you stay connected to the emptiness, the more you receive from it. Everything that you have ever experienced or will experience is here in this quantum field of possibilities. The more you are aware of its emptiness, where there's no body, where there's no thing, the more you draw the possibilities into your life. With your eyes closed, observe your breath, dear friends. Friends, at this time, I'd like you to express gratitude to all things and everybody. Gratitude is an ultimate state of receivership. Express your gratitude to your parents, your teachers, your mentors, to your family, your friends, your colleagues, your relatives, everybody. Gratitude to the grand nature, the bird, the fish, and the animals, to everything you use, the technology, the system, the company, the institutes that support you. Gratitude to yourself and to this intelligent universe for allowing us to experience so much more in this life. Relax your body. And recollect your experience from the session. And whenever you're ready, you can keep your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds. And then you may open your eyes.
Was it? Anyone want to do for more time? Anyone felt any of these things? We close in 2 minutes. We actually did for 25 minutes. I said like that will do for 20. But did you felt it was like 25 minutes? Or it went so quickly? Or it felt like 1 hour? 20 minutes. Okay. I'll quickly run through. So these are the various things that we can feel during the process of meditation. Some of you might feel the lightness. Some of you might feel some kind of heaviness on your head. Some of you might feel that some parts of your body are moving even though you are sitting. And some of you might experience some kind of pains, especially at the joints, like shoulders, knees, some parts of your body. Some of you might feel as if you have been floating. Some of you might see some colors, some visions, some deep feelings. Some of you might have been feeling angry or worried or depressed. That means some of those emotions that are stuck from long time are getting surfaced. Some of you might feel sleepy, or maybe most of you. Okay. Or it can so happen that none of these things happen to you. It was just plain blank screen when you close your eyes. So anything is fine. So we can all clap for ourselves. That we spent 35 minutes today for ourselves. Okay. Any questions?
I have access.
Yes, madam.
You said in between your work, you do this. So most of the time we are tired. So because of tiredness you get into the zone, or is it because you consciously want to do it?
By now it has become my habit. Consciously I want to do it so that sometimes I feel so sleepy after having lunch. So this 15 minutes of small meditation that I do will take care of that dizziness, as well as it makes me fresh and alert for the rest of the day. Yeah.
When we are in between work, or we are so obsessed with work, or we are so much engrossed in work, even though we want to detach and come to this state, we are unable to do so. That's what I wanted to know. At home, yeah, when we go home, probably at some point of time when I'm just done with all the work, I want to sit and do this. But sometimes even during the day, especially if there is something very important coming up, I just want to just sit because I'm getting anxiety or I'm feeling restless, irritated. So I would like to sit down and have a moment for this, at least 10 minutes. I'm unable to concentrate on it. I'm unable to shut my thoughts.
Yes, it was like that initially for me. That's when actually I take help of this app. It's a free app, Buddha Siva app. All the meditations what I play now are there in the app, and in fact, many more are there: 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. So we can do various things in that. We can create a group, and few of us can sit together and do our virtually also. We can do. It's a matter of few days, ma'am. Initially, since the mind has been trained to work the entire day, for a few days it doesn't allow us. It resists us to get detached, but as I said, this is also a skill which becomes better with more and more practice. So we can form a small group. Maybe if our lunch is for 1 hour, a group of 3 or 4 of us can decide, okay, last 10 minutes, let's go into this room and practice, something like that. So we can all think of on ourselves. Actually, in my office, we have a meditation group in SAP actually. And unfortunately, I use that. But if your facilities also provide you something like that, you can actually avail that. Any other questions? How did you feel? Anyone would like to share? How was the last 90 minutes? Good, bad, boring, informative, interesting?
See, so we know this, but we don't do it. Most of us know about this. Okay. But we just think we are very busy and we just want to. That's, so you reiterating and telling us this, it does takes little time and little effort. Does make us feel yes, we have to do something. Knowing and doing, that's the gap.
Absolutely. So once I went to my mentor saying I'm busy, I'm not finding time to meditate. He said then you have to do for 2 hours a day. Because that's the problem, being so busy. So then when you do for more, actually when we meditate, does anyone believe that we need 8 hours of sleep? 8 hours of sleep, is that mandatory? Does you believe that? Actually, you can experiment. If you meditate half an hour before going to bed, within 4 hours you'll get up and you'll feel the same amount of freshness. So you'll have that extra 2-3 hours of time per day, which you can actually do what you like to do. We start loving ourselves when we start doing what we want to do. Okay, so this is the Pyramid Valley International in Kanakpura Road. Just before the session when we were having lunch, I was telling to madam, so we can go here. It's a 30-acre campus. So this facility can accommodate 5,000 people in one go and meditate. You can come with your students. We'll organize 1-day, half-day programs for you. You can come with your family, relax, rejuvenate. It's a beautiful place. Hardly it might take 1 hour from here if you take nice road. And yes, so happiness is a choice. So these are all the tools which help us to choose that thing which leads us to more happiness. Okay, I'm done. Unless you have any questions. Yes, sir.
Cool.
Very common thing. Until I get married, I used to sleep at 1:30 in the night.
So you are telling wife is the stress.
No. What? I was. No, after marriage, I'm sleeping at 9. Okay, so coming to the last question. Unable to sleep early at night. Anyone has this tendency? Yes. Why? See, I actually skipped that slide, but there was a slide which tells that 60,000 thoughts flow through our mind every single day. 60,000 thoughts. Do you remember all those thoughts? No, right? Unnecessary. 90% of those thoughts are repetitive and. Yeah, so only those 5% of the thoughts are something interesting, which are helpful to us. But the 60,000 thoughts constantly as they are going through our mind, keep our mind alert all the time. So for us to get into that mode of sleep, we need to reduce our brain waves. We need to reduce the number of thought cycles in the mind. Unfortunately, there is no tool. Doctors give those antidepressants, which will help us to get into sleep, but with a lot of side effects again. You can try this out. So 15 minutes of meditation will actually take you into that mode of alpha state, which is a kind of deep relaxed state, and eventually we drift into sleep. We have a 40 days program that is starting from July 27th, I think 4 days from now. It's a free program, morning 6 to 7:30. My mentor is doing. We have been doing this for the last 5 years, this program, and within 2 weeks, if we ask, we do actually a research before and after 2 weeks, after 4 weeks, after 6 weeks. After 2 weeks, 95% of the participants say, my sleep is improved. The first and foremost benefit that one see with this practice of meditation within 2 weeks is a drastic improvement in the sleep. They get into sleep very easily, and they have a sound sleep the entire night, and finally they get back the next day with a lot of enthusiasm and freshness. Yes, sir. Again, you can install the app. You have all these meditations for free over there.
If you have any questions, you can ask us.
Discuss later. Yes.
Discuss.
We are running out of time.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. It was very much. I hope all the participants are feeling relaxing. As a token of appreciation, I would like to invite Dr. Christy Babimalam to present a moment. You want to connect your
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಹೌದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
I'm just seeing how to log out. So you can give it. Yes, sir. No break.
After your session. Excessively no one
Phone ಕಡಿಬೇಕು.
ಯಾರನ್ನ
And then put in the filter.
ಸುರೇಶ್ ಕರೀಲ ಹಲೋ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು.
Stay with the credit.
ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ಬರಕತ್ತೈತಿ ಆರಾಮದಾರ ಶಿವಗಿನ ಬಂದ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ
So now we will begin with the second session. Our speaker is Dr. Rajesh Kumar, who is Assistant Professor, Department of Clinical Psychology from NIMANS. He is a consultant, Adult Psychiatry Center for Addiction Medicine and Services for Healthy Use of Technology Clinic. His research focus is on substance use disorders and behavioral addictions, psychometric evaluation of mental health instruments, self-regulation processes, neuropsychological assessment, cognitive remediation, integrated psychological intervention, EEG and ERP marker. He has more than 25 publications and he has written a book on cognitive remediation workbook for alcohol use disorder. He is a Life Fellow member of Clinical Psychology Society of India, Life Fellow member Society for Addiction Psychology. He has reviewed many papers for many international and national journals. Thank you, sir. Stage is over to you.
Okay, thank
Hello. Yeah, thank you for such nice introduction. So now this is the last session, right? So we'll talk about digital detox. Okay, so now you can see that as an evolution of how the digital things are gadget become the part of our life. Now if I ask anyone that okay, leave your mobile for 1 hour and then come to enter the room, right? Many people will become very uncomfortable. There will be a lot of important things I may miss. Your mind will not settle. If I'll allow it, like before that meditation, if you could have allowed it, okay, leave your mobile phone out and do this meditation practices, many people will not go to that meditation stance or state, right? More bother about, concern about it, okay, what might be happening, whether any new mail, new message, what may be happening to Insta, FB, all those things, right? So we will try to learn that, okay, next maybe 45 minutes, that, okay, how digital or technology invading in our life. So if you remember that India is one of the in the cheapest center in the world, largest ChatGPT user, largest YouTube user, all those things. So there is a lot of economic there in the Indian market, right? Those why company wants to promote, like if you can say Geo came very free, make the habit to use more mobile, all those things surfing, then suddenly they start charging more and more like that. So maybe even AI also, no? Is promoted, okay, use free, all those things. Now they're subscription based, you can have pro and all those things and use that. So almost, if you see that earlier, anyone remember that maybe 5 years back or 6 years back, what was your daily usage of how many GB you using at that time? Suppose if I ask, is there any other mind? Suppose I ask Madam you 10 years back or 5 years back, what was that GB you are using that?
Very less.
Very less.
Only for calling, that's it.
Only calling. Yeah. Madam, you tell me how much GB maximum you are using that time? Because one, right? But nowadays, do you remember how GB we are end up using? 10 GB, yeah? But many times we see the subscription takes that, okay, so like that, okay, take 30 GB or 50 GB, and we end up saying that, okay, I need to purchase more data, all those things. So you can understand how your behavior actually dysregulated, guided by something else, right? Many times we take and say, okay, let me use full, otherwise it will be waste of all those things, and we end up, we are not intent to watch, but end up, okay, let's use, right? Now all the smart TV coming with the plan. Take this, then use that. So many times lot of companies also They are making you that more user and then making a kind of bad habit of those things. Okay, so these are the things. Number I will not go. No, I will remember. It is some difficult. You give me a hand, but it's better. Yeah, this is better. So now you remember that many times when we attend any kind of program, all those things, right? Now there is a habit, automatic habit to checking the phone every 5 minutes or 10 minutes, right? This was not there earlier. For example, many times you realize that even guests coming, relative coming, or any other thing, right? After 5 minute talk, we'll start, we are not interested to that person. We are interested what happening in the phone, what is happening in the social media. So we are lacking the eye contact. Now when we don't look and then talk, what happens? The other person will also get indication that this person may be not interested. This may be bored. Or my mind or my brain got attenuated or maybe just regulated by something else. So checking the phone every 5 minutes. Many times once I ask, I'm not getting sleep. No? We need to also, like I'm a clinical psychologist, so we check what is happening, or what is the background. So is there something the person has developed some kind of habit also, which may be interfering the sleep hygiene circadian rhythm, which was tuned earlier. Circadian rhythm was that okay, sunset, automatic melatonin will get secreted, and about 2 hours, 3 hours with plenty of melatonin, and then feel drowsy sleep. Now what happened? Lifestyle change, mobile phone, TV, light, melatonin secretion got dysregulated. Now when you shift your habit, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, that also your hormone system also get delayed and maybe affecting the sleep, right? So digital technology also is one of the reasons that the quality of sleep has decreased, right? We need to think, maybe we'll discuss a little bit more. Use your phone while eating. Now, recently I've seen people even going bathroom, toilet. They carry their mobile phone and maybe start looking, scrolling there on the toilet seat. That is a new phenomenon. Actually, it's happening, right? Stayed up late scrolling through social media, even finishing something, meeting, all those things coming, and then want to catch the mobile phone on bed. Bed was the symbol of sleeping. Now bed become a symbol of scrolling, thinking, all other kind of activities. How then you are going to get good sleep? And you complain that oh, I'm not getting such nice house I have built up, bed fit, or other mattresses I have brought. Earlier I used to sleep other things. Think your parents, all those things, where they were used to sleep, right? A lot of facility we brought, but those facilities not going to give you because there is a change in the lifestyle, all those things. Use phone to avoid conversation. Recently, even my campuses, I see some of the faculty are this thing, are the student also, when they don't want to face their guides or teacher, they will take mobile phone, look and then skip. And you're just looking that okay, they will see me, then I will say something, right? And they will just pass, right? So this is another new tendency that okay, if you want to avoid someone, take phone out, look that and then walk back. Spend more than an hours watching videos online. Even I myself sometimes have realized aware that okay, I start watching maybe entertainment. I got tired. I was saying, let me just scroll through. Scrolling that hours and hours, maybe 2 hours spent, 3 hours spent all those things. So sometimes we want to just recreational, right? Entertainment for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but we end up spending more time on the media. Try to cut down on screen time recently. I want to say, okay, let me reduce the phone usage, all those things, but unable to do that. Lost track of time while gaming or watching reels or short, right? So these are the things we are taking. Many of you maybe agree also that yes, we go to Insta and other thing and spend more time than what I intend to. I said, okay, I will use only 20 minutes, but I end up 1 hour, 2 hours. Sometimes we miss some of the family. They ask, a friend asks, keep some time. You are not able to meet offline, but online you are okay. Many times I see some of the even couples, they communicate through the online only. They will not go and talk. They will other room, this room, message, right? So that is also happening. Have you heard of addiction, like problematic internet use, or maybe internet gaming disorder, gambling disorder now, social media addiction, problematic use of online pornography, online shopping, different kind of so many varieties of this digital addiction are also known as behavioral addiction, right? Now I'm getting a lot of clients who are like because of this gaming and then betting, all those things, right? No digital loan are available. It's very quick, easy, na? Even sometimes there is no necessary, right? Necessity is not there, but we take loan for this shopping, all those things, and then we are doing the EMI with a lot of interest, all those things. Okay. So maybe Neha will discuss about it. Okay, how we have recreational use, what are the problematic use, and what are the addiction use, all those things, right? Then I will talk about some of the impact.
Hello everyone. As Sir was already talking about the various forms of uses, this is basically how the use progresses, right? We all use recreationally and that is fine, not an issue. Slowly it goes to problematic use and then it becomes addictive use. We'll also try to understand how you can figure out whether your use is addictive or not. Right. So these are some of the red flags. If you experience this, that does not mean that you have addiction, but it may indicate that there might be a problem. So let's go through them. Phantom vibration. Does anybody know what that means?
Searching for phone always.
What is the vibration bit in that? So it's in my pocket and I keep feeling like, oh, is it ringing? Is it ringing? And you have that sensation even though actually it's not vibrating, right? Because you're so attuned to waiting for that notification to come. Binge gaming or watching? How many of you have binge watched? Series, weekends, Saturday night, Sundays, right? So that has become a normal phenomenon. Selfie-itis. What do you think this might be? Yes. So they've tried to quantify it, but basically the idea is that you take too many selfies without any reason per day. So if the number keeps on increasing, that might indicate there's an issue. Technoference. This comes from combination of technology and interference, right? This is specifically about your relationships. So how does technology interfere in the relationships that you have? Could somebody give an example of any interference that technology has in your family relationships?
Google Maps.
How Google Maps?
We have live trackers, so we access the other persons and we bring into the real life communications. You were there in Mall of Asia, you were there in this, but you couldn't attend my call and you didn't answer me for this.
So that you have files because you're monitoring them. Yeah. This is specifically about how your using of technology interferes with communication, right? So Sir said that, if you want to avoid somebody, you will just look at the phone and do that. Does that happen in your families also? Yeah. When does it happen?
Since he's always into training. Always his eyes will be like this. So
yeah.
Always it is like this or like this.
Yeah.
Even by eating, talking. And if it is not there, it will be ready with the next day's investment. So always he's into that.
Yeah. So now emerging area of research which Sir is also working on is trading addiction, right? So when you're eating, when you're trying to talk to someone, especially with your kids, you may find that it is very difficult to hold the conversation because their attention is all on the phone. We also see a lot of this interfering within couples where there may be some issues between the couples already and then phone becomes an easy escape for them. Popping. It's a combination of phone and snubbing. What is snubbing? Yeah. Yeah. So you want to deliberately ignore somebody. Phone is a very convenient way of doing that. Nomophobia. That is what happens when you don't have your phone. Like Sir said in the beginning. Has anyone, damaged your phone and had to go without it for a day? How was your experience? How did you feel?
Damage means purposely we have done it.
No. Just for some reason. I mean, usually we'll not leave the phone otherwise, right? It has to get
It
done.
got dropped and all.
Yeah. What was your experience? How did you feel?
We can handle it. Okay.
Yes. Relax.
I was anxious because the phone was my lifeline to talk to my mother and all that.
Yes. Worried about that.
Yeah.
Yes. Somebody else was.
It was weird being indifferent from the whole world.
You're detached from everybody. It feels like that, right? Anybody else? No. Yeah. So this is a specific phenomenon where you feel scared of not having the phone with you because of these anxieties. When you don't have your phone, you feel like you're cut off from others. You can't contact somebody if you want to. You don't know what are the updates that are happening work-wise, with your family, etc. Zero inbox syndrome. Yeah. How many people experience that here? You like to see that zero on your inbox, right? So that makes you check each and every mail, whether it is useful or not, just to feel like you have finished your work. Doom scrolling. Very common, especially with students. What is that? So endlessly scrolling, but the doom part here is you are scrolling all the negative information. So because the negative information captures your attention much more than positive information, so these apps try to show you those kind of news, that kind of reels and shorts. So you'll keep on scrolling and you will observe that especially a lot of students or younger adults will go into these phases of scrolling negative news, and that will end up affecting their emotional state, how they feel about the world and so on. Digital burnout. How many of you are working during COVID pandemic when there was a lockdown? All of you were teaching, right? So you'd have 6, 7 lectures in the day. What would happen at the end of the day? Right? Is that better or is this better when you get to meet?
This is better.
Why? Yes. It feels like there is a human interaction. Another part is it is much more tiring. Even though we feel like we are sitting at home, but that experience of being in front of the screen is much more tiring. So this is common for people who work a lot with screens, especially IT professionals and so on. But the process itself leads to burnout. Cybercrime. Now we are all very well aware of the different kind of frauds and crimes that can happen, and other mental health challenges.
So what I was discussing that many times our brain gets regulated by our early use. For example, if you see when you are using in front of your children, even in very young age, all those things, right? Or that there is a developmental period, the prefrontal cortex, other different parts of cortex still has to evolve, right? But because they early start using, or maybe scrolling, have you seen even 6-month-old child learn that okay, swipe like that? The brain circuitry related to reward pathways were dysregulated. Now, because those are interesting and in the under control, I have control that which reels I want to watch, which reels are more entertaining, right? So the dopamine which gets secreted, now I start secreting the bulk, right? So I enjoy the high amount. The 5 mg coffee I'm not liking. I'm more attuned to the 10 mg coffee, right? So what will happen that anything is like face to face, it's a monotonous, it's a boring, right? So they want to go to the more online or real kind of things, right? So more interesting, just swip. If not interested, swipe and go to the next, swipe and go to the next. Even many times when we take one photo, if that is not appealing, not filter is done. Oh, this photo is not look. Put filters. It should be aesthetic. But real life, I'm not that much good. In photo, I'm that much good. So I like something is more giving, more appealing, more pleasing like that. So what is happening that if the children using phone in the very early ages, their brain is also getting dysregulated and high chance that maybe not able to concentrate, focus on the real life situation or problem that much, right? Now many times you might be also remembering that okay, any problems comes, we will end up okay, use ChatGPT, use Google's or other things, get solution. We are not apply our own logic of thinking. Even you might have seen also that because we using a lot of phones, all those things. Even simple calculation, vendors taking something, he will tell, okay, what this is the price. It takes a lot of time. And so, okay, let me calculate through my mobile only, right? So we are not applying our magic. So what is happening? The prefrontal cortex, which is involved in the reasoning, logical, decision making, thinking, is getting down. And then other part, which is more pleasure, sensitivity, novelty, getting hyperactivity. So behavior after some time will driven by those, right, from the reward circuitry, and the prefrontal cortex and frontal cortex get hijacked. That's why you see many people, they want quick kind of things, more enjoying. They don't want to face real life situation or want to spend time on some things, right? So what will happen later on the next generation? Like if everyone comes the new ideas with chat, GPT, all those things, and ChatGPT also what? It's accumulate, right? Whatever is there, accumulate and then give. Many times it may be fast, many times it may be over dramatic, not practical, but it gives solution, all those things. So next generation, they will become useless. They are not able to provide any kind of logical problem solving, right? So we need to also have the generation or spending some time. So there is some control power is there. Otherwise, they will lose that control power. There is a high chance. What I mean by control power? So see, if you are doing any behavior repeatedly, it's become automatic. For example, if you remember learning your bike maybe in the beginning, right? How much control required? Looking the front, brake, pedaling, all those things. Everything you do. But after some time become automatic. You are doing. Same thing when you are using phone, all those things, some behavior become automatic. If something was there, take my phone out and start looking there. Because that habit become, the brain give the cue. Every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, oh, where is your mobile? Look there. Right? Whether it is important or not, we end up doing that, right? So what I want to mean that the brain also get linked with that, get regulated by your behavior. So we have done recently, we have done one study where we found that okay, those who use more technology or mobile phone, all those things, versus some of the healthy normal. So we have administered one scale, right? Having cut off mild versus moderate versus severe kind of problem with technology use and smartphone use. We found that those who use more, they have the less focus attention, less flexibility in their mind, and less inventory control. That we have found in the neuropsychological test that you're not able to sustain attention for longer time. But many of your program, your maybe assignment require that longer time of duration sitting, right? So they were not able to do that, right? Flexibility is something else, other perspective given. I'm not ready to take that perspective. I'm very rigid, right? And then less inventory control means I get agitated, I act on my anger, my emotion very fast, all those things. So we have found that yes, the change happen in the brain function also. Yeah, so how we can use digital addiction assessment? First is that craving, whether I have the craving, right? Or urge to see, use my mobile or reels, right? If I will craving, yes, one tick mark, right? Yes, we are meeting one criteria, right? Control. I want to use for 20 minutes. So after all classes, all those things I went, right? And then what is okay, let me use for 20 minutes something. But I end up using more than that. It means I lost my control on my usage behavior. Coping, something happened with husband or with children or anything, right? Coping, how we do that? Problems and we going, talking, find solution. But now I'm not discussing, but I'm using my phone and then going that world, right? So I'm not doing real life solution, but doing some other way, right? So we take phone as a coping also. Watching the reels, all those things, I think that okay, now things are fine, all those things. Have the consequences impact either on health, academic, work, personal? What kind of health problem comes through the lot of technology use? Anyone can tell me? Health problem? Eye strain is the one very blurred vision. It's very common, right? Yes, obesity, density, lot of non-communicable disease are linked with the digital or technology use. Irritable, yes, irritable. Health only we will talk about the obesity we got eye strain. Any other? Stiffness, yes. So we have also that body weight, right? If you are in the correct position, right? The body weight will be different when we tilt and using that, the brain size to the on the your neck, all those things will be more heavy, and people get lot of musculoskeletal problem. Even publish some of the article on that. Maybe next we will talk about that. So musculoskeletal problem will come. That some people have the spine problem, back pain. It's very common nowadays because they are sitting and watching or maybe using the any for even work also more than enough time, like 40 minutes, every 30 minutes, 40 minutes, we should have 1, 2 minute, 3 minute kind of break, walk little bit, all those things, but they are not able to change the position. So it will go to the back pain, neck pain, all very common, right? Any other health? Stroke, have you seen people now dying, getting stroke or cardiac arrest 30 years, 35 years? One of the other reason is linked with the technology also. Okay, so yeah, so we'll go to the next. Even children also, right? There's a lot of happen to the children also. Have you seen now children become more kind of impulsive, more angry? Even try to control, na? They show that no, there's some kind of temper tantrum. That's the end up. Okay, take use, please use, right? And so you are also reinforcing the maladaptive behavior, right? So sometimes some discipline required because we have luxury. A lot of economic development happen, all those things, right? We provide many times we end up that we are doing the wrong kind of maladaptive teaching to the children. So yeah, that is there. This we have developed one of my students recently. We have developed some of the screen use. So we have around some 8 items. Have you felt you should cut down on your screen use, but often end up spending more than planned? Have people ever annoyed you by criticizing or making comments about your screen? Like children telling Papa, but Papa, always you are in the phone. You're not giving time to me. Or wife telling to the husband, or husband vice versa, whatever. Right? So other people tell. When I come back, I always see that you are in some other things, right? Online activities. Have you felt guilty about your screen use? Yes, I spend more time. Have you felt a strong urge to use your screen as soon as you wake up? Huh? Nowadays, many people may be doing that. Huh? And wake up, where is your phone? Even many times we are sleeping with phone only. Phone has to be near the bed, all those things. That's why many people have sleep issue that any between next message will come, whether it's a ringing. Let me check, I'm not getting sleep, let me use. So what happens? The brain, to sleep good, the alpha wave has to come and then it will go to the delta and other wave. But when we are engaged, it will be always beta. Even brain waves are not changing, right? Because they are focused, worried, preoccupation, rumination. These are the another reason. You are not able to get relaxed. For sleep, relax is very important. Okay, has your screen uses interfere with your work, studies, relationship, or daily responsibility? Have you continued using screen even though you know it is causing problem in your life? And have you found yourself thinking about screen or planning your next use even when you are not using them? For example, Madam tell even for next what will happen in the market is more preoccupied, right? It will not enjoy in the real life. And have you stopped or reduced hobbies, offline activities you used to enjoy because of your screen use, right? Supposed to go some offline meeting, all those things, not doing. Supposed to go for sports, not doing. I'm just doing online only. Online, doing the gaming, all those kind of things. So if anyone out of 8, anyone get 5 or more, it means there is a technology problem. Is this a problematic usage are there, and we need to learn to the healthy use or responsible use. The problem is not the kind of usage. Problem is the problematic or dependent, getting dependent on that. That is the problem. So I'm not saying that okay, don't use. You use, but use in the responsible manner or healthy manner. Like lot of chat GPT, all those things came, AI came for better things, but people are using for lot of sexual material, right? It's impacting other person's life. It's very easy to do in 5 minutes. But what is the impact going on the other person's very, very life devastating, right? So child sexual abuse matter, there is a lot of things are there, right? It's like cyber crime. It's very easy now. Catch the voice, other things, call that, okay, it's like that, okay, the family member is actually calling and you end up losing your money on those things, right? A lot of things are there. So yeah, so consequence will be on physical health, mental health, family life, social life, and on work. Let us see some of the consequences. As many people told, vision related difficulties, headache is another common problem. Sedentary lifestyles become more alone. We are not connected. We don't know our neighbor or other people. Even because we are not talking, other people say, hey, that person is arrogant. They don't talk to us. Why I will go and talk? It's become very alone life. If some situation happens, then there is an emergency. Now we don't know how to reach to the people, right? Something emergency happened to the family. We don't know. Other people are very far away through the online only. Right? So those are the difficulty we are going to face. Sedentary lifestyle, weight gain, as madam told, right? Because we are not mobilizing, not using our calorie, back pain, shoulder pain, neck pain, insomnia, sleeplessness night, right? Is also happening. Neglect of personal hygiene, that also we are having the problem. Okay, then mental health issues, lot of common mental health, depression, like low mood, all those things, very anxieties, very related to that. Reduce positive emotion, like when we do some of the other activities, offline, all those things, we allow ourselves to feel good also. So when we are not interacting all those things, those emotions also going down. And on online media, lot of hatred, all those things also will be there. Which perspective is good, which things are okay, not. We don't have any sources to check and to believe that, right? That is also happening. Cognitive difficulties, the brain also losing the capacity, right? So getting newer ideas, able to sustain for longer time, like able to do something for longer time. That is not there. Attentional difficulties, lot of people now in the clinic we are getting ADHD. There is a number of those now, which was not there 5 years back. A lot of things are there. Low self-efficacy, they don't believe that whether I can do things. That also is going on. Right? Efficacy means I believe that yes, things I can do all those things. They move ahead there. Withdrawal related apathy, right? When they are not using, right? A lot of things are going on. So emotion dysregulation, like madam told, irritability, right? These are the very common. Then we have social, neglecting relationship. People now not spending time in the relationship, whether the friend and other. Feel more lonely, even things are there, good house in Bangalore city or whatever city is there, but still we feel lonely, right? Social isolation you are getting, right? Even in faculty member, I think I hope you will be less knowing that okay, who is in the other department, all those things, right? We are having more technology related conflict, madam told also, right? My son is not even bothering discussing things, are always in the stock market. Yeah, performance, productivity, cyber bullying, these are very common. Yeah, these are the things. Some of this here, okay, how the neck, how the spine having some tilt, all those things, and then nerve problem will there. Then you will end up lifestyle going to the now neurologist, neurosurgeon, and getting treated with lots of money in there, right? Yeah, many people have seen that even thumb, because you keep typing with one finger to finger, that finger will lose some hyper sensation, either will come extra sensation, either will come are not having any sensation. That also happens. Yeah, nowadays people having digital dementia or fog. Remember this, what I mean that now earlier we used to remember some of the information. Now that capacity is gone. Even I'm not knowing about my wife contact number or my children contact number. I need to check my phone, then only I will be able to remember, right? So even 5 close contact, we should be able to remember. My mind should be able to remember, but I forgot. Because I'm only dependent on my mobile. Reduce executive function, that is very common. Our study also has shown that. And mental fatigue, many times we use it, okay, I'm tired, all those things, let's use digital media. With digital media, I get more tired, mental fatigue, all those things, because constantly I'm engaged, my brain is always engaged, not getting any rest, all those things. So I end up using more and more kind of things. Okay, with this we'll go. Now, in fact, we have discussed already. There is cyber loafing. Anyone can tell me what is cyber loafing? So many times offices, all those things meant to work, teach all those things, but we end up using other kind of things, non-academic, non-work related activities, right? So that also like WhatsApp checking, all those things. Many times we feel a lot of inferiority or kind of what we can say low self-esteem while seeing the status of other. So other person's life is more enjoyable than my life, right? This is the status. So what of inferiority complex actually come through this kind of also, right? Check the status, you will feel. Yeah, the people are enjoying. See the coffee, what are they enjoying and what I am doing in my life. right? Other person have this cloth and all those things, right? But you don't know the context, in what context he has posed, whether actually he's enjoying or not, we don't know. But we compare online all those things. So yeah, now Sneha will take the other.
So we wanted to give you a takeaway from the session, which is basically we want to help you create your own healthy screen plan. So those of you who would like to do that, you can think through it, you can write it down, whichever way you're comfortable. This is also useful for your families. So we recommend that families make a media plan, wherein every member of the family collaboratively decides on how much screen they use, what devices they use, and it applies to everybody in the family. Of course, there will be different um, limits for different people in the family, but it becomes a collaborative process. Right. So the first thing you need to figure out is when do you use your screen, right? So when all do you use screens recreationally throughout the day? Specific activities, like we said, meal times, just before going to bed, and so on. Exercising very commonly, walking from, if you're in a cab, you walk from the cab to the campus, you plug in the headphones. So what are the times at which you are using the phone? Specific time or location, like before going to sleep, etc. Certain spaces in your house might be a trigger for you to start using the phone. For instance, if you are in the dining room, your family is there, your kids are there, you are very aware that I don't want to use the phone in front of them. The moment you enter the bedroom, that awareness goes away, or you feel more relaxed, or you feel more yourself, and you might start using the phone. Very common another time is immediately after waking up, as we saw in that questionnaire. Specific emotion. So when you get stressed, do you use your phone a lot? When you get angry, some people might also do that if they're not able to focus. So you get frustrated because of that. And then you immediately switch to using your phone or your device. So it's a good idea for you to figure out how do you use the screen at what times. So if you have an idea about the times at which you use it, the second question becomes, what are the healthy habits that I want to follow? So on one side, this is the screen use I have or my family member has. Now, what are the things that I want to follow or I'd like to have as part of my daily routine? What do you think are the things we miss out on or the routines that we miss out on because of screen use? For example, having meals without screens. All of you have mentioned that's a common thing, right? What other routines get impacted?
Skill updation. Maybe impact.
As in the routines of daily life, in what ways do they get impacted?
Instead of exercising, scrolling.
Yeah, so physical exercise reduces. Yes.
Sleep time, sleeping.
Sleeping time gets affected. So that's you were mentioning something?
Cooking time. You elaborate.
So as you're cooking, you're also watching the screen. Is that what you mean?
No, not cooking, ordering.
Oh, ordering food. Okay. All right.
Avoiding eating, that's what she.
Online shopping.
No, because of searching screen, we are time, so we order food.
Yeah, I understood what you meant. Shopping may not be a very routine activity, but for us in Bangalore, maybe, even ordering groceries, ordering everything in 10 minutes, right?
Saving is not there.
Huh?
Saving.
Money.
Because of seeing something, we are obviously ordering something, it's not there, so return.
So our control on our money is much less. So that becomes much more difficult because of the easy access. Now they have these dopamine websites, on which you can go, you fill your shopping cart, you click order, but you don't give your credit card number or anything. Just to give you that feeling, okay, I have shopped and I have ordered something. So it has reached that stage, right? What other routines are impacted? House cleaning, is that reducing or are you doing it with it? It's reducing. Okay. What else?
Personal attention. You're not care of your personal care. There's no me time.
On our self. Okay. Personal
Social
attention.
interaction with neighbors.
Yeah, interaction with others around you, interaction with family members, etc. Right? So there might be all these areas which are affected, which you want to change. So typically sleep time, meal time, physical exercise, those kind of things are the routines or the healthy habits that you want to follow. So the second step is that you make a list of these habits. What other activities can be substitutes? So the third question is, if I'm trying to reduce my screen use, or I'm helping my child or family reduce screen use, what are the activities that you will replace it with, right? So an ideal activity is something in which involves physical movement, which involves being with other people, and in which you have to leave your house, right? That's an ideal scenario, but of course, we will not be able to come up with an activity which fulfills all three criteria. But we want to do that. So, what are the kind of substitutes that can be used? Can you think of a few activities that you could do, or your family could do? Sports, walking, joining sports club, or some team. Yes. What else? Yes. Yes. Board games. Good way to also connect with family. What? Sharing chores. Yes. Although that's a difficult sell, that instead of screen use you need to do chores. Gardening. Reading. Yes. Gardening. Painting, so different kind of hobbies and skills. So all the hobbies and skills that we left in school need to be revived again to probably fill in this gap. After you have this list ready, the fourth question is, what are the other ways you can manage stress or negative emotions? So one of the criteria that is coping is that you are managing your emotions by using screen, most likely. So what are the coping mechanisms you can use? So suppose you feel upset, and right now you're feeling upset. What can you do to feel better in that moment? What do you usually do to manage your emotions when you feel? Eating, yeah. Listen to music. Shopping.
Walking for a walk.
Walking.
Spend time with kids.
Spending time with kids. Great. Which of these is unhealthy? Eating and shopping. Shopping also becomes a screen use, right? So if we have a list of activities that we can do, that is leave the situation, go for a walk, interact with somebody else, drink some water, do some deep breathing. These kind of options are something again you need to think about and list down. So this is when you feel stressed in that moment. Apart from this, to maintain our mental health, we need to have these coping activities regularly throughout our life. So on a daily basis, half an hour walk every day, right? Or playing with a pet every day. Something which gives you relaxation and pleasure. Similarly, on a weekly basis, maybe going out with family or friends, some kind of routine activities, and similarly on a monthly basis. So you have all these strategies listed out which are practical for you, and then you think about what limits you can set. So the important bit is we have to think about what are the substitute activities, how do we manage the desire to use the screen. Then we come to what limits you want to set on yourself. Again, on a daily basis, weekly basis, or monthly basis. So for people who don't have a very clear idea about how much screen they use, this might be a format of a log for you to keep track of it for a week to figure out how much time you're using. So certain common suggestions that we give to anybody, whether they are addicted or not to screens, is first of all physical hygiene tips and limit setting, taking regular breaks. Yeah, this is a 20-20 rule that after every 20 minutes you look away at an object that is 20 feet away for 20 seconds. So this is to combat the eye strain that we experience. So stretching, doing some kind of exercises in between, screen use, being physically active, meal time, etc. All very common sense things. Avoiding phone at specific times and zones. So with this really works with families, where every family member maybe has to leave the phone in a specific designated place before they go to sleep or at meal times, etc. Taking a break of 10 to 15 minutes after each episode, difficult to do, but yeah, that might help with binge watching. And then using your phone itself to keep limits on yourself. Using all the focus modes, bedtime mode, and grayscale, and those kind of things. So whatever your phone provides, using that to manage your screen use. And then the social or family activities that can help you. What could be digital fasting, or what we say digital detox? What is the idea? Is anybody familiar? Cut off the yeah. So somebody mentioned social media, right? So that might be specifically something you might struggle with and you want to cut it off, right? This looks a little different where you're digitally cut off completely. You can do this in various ways. People might find it very scary to hear digital detox, but it could also look like 2 hours a week. You can start from there, where you keep your phone away and you don't touch it at all, no matter what, right? Again, great activity for families to do. We often recommend this to families. Saturdays, maybe 5 hours, everybody in the family keeps the phone away. They do some activity together. The important learning that you get from this activity is also how you feel. So in the beginning, you will feel very restless, uncomfortable, even being stuck with your family for 5 hours without screens might feel uncomfortable. But as you go through the process, you realize how that changes the dynamics. Family rituals, group activities, real life relationships. Yeah. So this is something that you can do right now. Pick one of these as a detox challenge and try to implement it for the one week. As I said, one important part of doing this is to just observe how it affects you emotionally, how it affects you in your daily life. Yeah. So I think we will wind up here. Brief glimpse of the clinic at which we work. These are the contact details for anybody who wants to get in touch with us. We run a helpline number. So anybody who has difficulty with anybody who has difficulty with tech use can call. Your family members have difficulty, you can call. And even outside of Bangalore, we do provide referrals. So this runs on Fridays, 9:30 to 4:30. You can call the number. We also run parent groups. These are run every Saturday, specifically for parents to learn how to manage their children's screen use. It's 100 rupees for 2 sessions. This is the QR code for registration. So if anybody is interested to attend that parenting group, you can, this takes you to the Google form for registration. So you can do the registration. They will send you an email for the next session that has slots available. You can share it with others also.
Yeah, this is also we are talking for the stock traders, right? Many times we want to get additional income, all those things, but we end up losing, having more frustration, more negative emotion, not enjoying the life, right? The aim was something to have the money. So we have found through the research and through our experiences that many times we might have benefited 1,000, 10,000, but over the period after 6 months or a year, you might have seen that you are having more losses only. There is no cost, profit, and all those kind of things. Because market people are more smarter, right? They use a lot of tricks, a lot of manipulation, lot of things happen. And if you realize, okay, I was thinking that okay, this is more straightforward, but why it's not happening? So when the SEBI result says that 95% people involved in FNO end up they have the losses only. But you maybe see that okay, there will be few people. They become very ideal. that they have income this much and they have built up all those things. But there are very few people. So 140 crore kind of population, if the only 100 people may be successful, it doesn't mean that it's a good example, right? It's not ideal anyway, right? So we are also doing a lot of research and then okay, how we can promote that healthy and responsible trading rather than chasing the losses are behind that, right? So as Madam told, na, even market 5 hours is there. Even coming home, let me check because now digitally. Just app, Angel One app or Pro app. Let me see what is the status. Oh, this stock lost now. Now I'm full thinking that. Right? I'm not enjoying my day that. Right? I'm more consulting. Then next time planning. What next stock I have to trade? Where I have to trade more planning. Suddenly then Trump came and then make one speech. Gone. Market gone different way, right? So you are just pendulum swinging here and there, right? So yeah, if you want to connect, you can always contact to us with this. Now, as Neha told just 2 minutes, that some of the exercise we can decide that okay, maybe mails are this. Let us try without phone. That is the purpose that to regain your self-control. That yes, some of things I have power then become the passive, what we say, passive recipient, right? That I'm the under the control of my mobile and my digital media. No, I have also self-control, or I can use that when it required, right? So that power will be there. Self-regulation will be there, right? Regulation means I am aware of some of the error and I can take action on that, right? Otherwise, we can have the poor self-regulation, right? Means I know there is something wrong, but I'm not able to take any action. I'm not able to correct it, right? That is called poor self-regulation. Something is wrong, but I don't want to walk to the doctor, right? I want to go and see the meals, but I order end up something wrong meals. The quality is not good. Many times you might have felt ordering, na? Many times it is that okay, quality is not good. Something I'm just eating like that. Clothes, games, it's not looking that. Na? On the phone, it was very appealing, attractive, but in real, it's not that much, right? So we have to also gain that self-control or regulation. With this, we will end here. If any question is there, you can ask, right? Yeah, and also we analyze, we don't just give tips, right? We also understand in what context it started, what are the personality, what are the social determinants are there, and then we provide kind of solution, right? We are clinician, so we follow the things, right, which are more evidence-based, more effective, rather than just tips.
So I have a question. I have a teenager who likes to study in the night time. When I peep into his room, I see his laptop is running on some game. He's playing with his friends and his book is open. And when I point it out, he says, I'm studying. So how do we convince the students that these instructions are not healthy and not helping?
Yeah, many times, like many students say that I will just enjoy I will see the 5 or 10 minutes. After that, I am studying all those things. But slowly, over the period, they will start more consuming other activities than the actually studying. Many times, digital books are there. How many people are able to read digital books? We have eyes and all those things, not interested, right? And then we end up that okay, that's not you. But when you have the textbook, actually, right? Paper, you are able to read more. So it will affect us, but there is some kind of deception comes, right? The children will say, no, I'm in my mind. But over the period, when the person goes, it will start declining. So we can maybe provide some of the examples where things happen, or in that person's life also. But okay, earlier how much you are able to spend, whether any decrease happens. So when we challenge someone, the people will not accept. So we do not have to challenge. Better than we maybe allow the time to reflect. There is something happening down. If that person says, yes, my mother is saying what is the right actually? There is a decrease happening there. The person will maybe take action all those things, right? Otherwise, more challenging all those things actually will end up different way.
Sir, you have written some papers and all which are related to this.
Yeah, we have paper also in the clinic also we see that. So for example, how the children may be like, why they are using that now. For example, many of these games, all those things, also the addictive in the nature. They take you, right? You feel a lot of other kind of things, competitiveness, feel good, all those things, right? So they are itself having that properties. Our job is to see why that person going more there. Or we can maybe detox or maybe bring that, what we can say, more regulation, right? We need to understand that.
Thank you very much, sir. I request Shreyanka madam to hand over the token session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Madam, also you join, madam.
No, Thank you for your patience, and we'll meet tomorrow for the next session. You have a snacks outside, can have it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. One ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡೋದು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ happy. You call your Naveen, sir. ಹೌದು ಪಾಪ ನಾನು what I suggest all the books are there. Just write the every code that researchers are there. Very harmful. They come up with their own theology. They will argue, no, they will argue. They will give that. But we need to also check. And he is a psychologist. So I was finding it very challenging to handle that. Night normally they are till 3 o'clock.
See, the sleep academy then we will
No,
change.
sleep cycle also cycle. So I don't know sessions. How is it possible then not to sleep? And daytime they are sleeping. Again, it was like you can't shout at them more. They are grown up. And it is not with my child. It is with all the students also. I just they are so addicted. We will invite you, sir. We actually are going to set up a professional development. So I really want to invite you for one empathy. Somebody empathy, sympathy, but also care, sir. Also like because I don't know, they have more knowledge. They not on the class.
Those knowledge will be there for cellular level. It will be there further
No,
inquiry.
coming from a divine myself, they make some impact. This is why we put it on.
Yeah. You want one? No. I have one more than one. I'll take it.
I'll give you you use this one.
It is.
My bag is full. Your bag is full. Take this.
Was a general 10 questions which I created. How was that? Feedback there, assessment there. Speaker is not there. See, actually, you are each talk. After each talk, check and the feedback.
Suppose on yes, virtual reality. Yes, I'll discuss with you. In
ಎಲ್ಲ ಶೇಷಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೂರು ಜನ ಒಂದು ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. Give suggestions. ಇದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ we can I tell Narendra what I want to generate my
ಇದು
ಲೆಟರ್ only give. ಅವಳು ನಾವು ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. They know everything. Why you are thinking of negative?
No, ma'am, I can sense. I am very good at observation and
I tell you, why you are thinking negative?
no, not negative, but I know from that side.
He knows she loves like that. He's giving.
Putting somebody down and giving 100%.
Why you are thinking like this?
Because
Alva, you have done in the ಮನಸ್ಸು ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಓಪನ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಈಗ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾರ ಅವಳು ಬರೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಇವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವಳು ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ಟೀಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫಿಶ್ ಇವರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸಂಜೆ ನಾನು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು ಗೆಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಬೈ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾಳಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬೋರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವ್ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ again you have to go and answer no for that
ಫುಲ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 30 days ಓಡಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ವರ್ಕ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಈಗ ಕೇಳಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಈಗ 3 days FDP ಇದೆ
Nothing else. Thank you, Arish. Thank you.
ನಾನ್ ನೋಡಮ್ಮ ಬಿಂದಾಸ್ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಂತ ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಸರಿನೇ ಹೋಗ ನಾನು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅವಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ವಾಶ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರಿ ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅದು ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಐ ನೋ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಐ ಇನ್ನೋಸೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಥವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ See, I can't ask him to give you again. She has already done ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ
getting the point. We have a center for humanities and the party pledge so much in the last. My
Now the word on the itself is better. She will know how she made the session. None of us like that. ಅವಳು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಕತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆದರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮಗೇನ್ ಬಾಳ ಅವ್ರು ಹೆದರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೆಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಕಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ನೋಡಮ್ಮ ಹೋಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸಿದ್ರು I think because his video was not his I don't think too much. See, every water we allow it, clear water will come out. But I'll toast it there. ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀವು I'm telling you ಅದಾಗಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು why you spoil your tech and shoot ನಂದೇ question I tell you ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸರಿ you had not seen it suddenly you know how it is ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹಾಕಮ್ಮ ಬಿಡಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಸುಮ್ಮನಾಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ we had not planned in our schedule also Sir, I tell you one thing. What you are thinking, what she is thinking, I have committed, I should do it. I know that. But adalla. These things sometimes are very adike until you show adike without approval, I don't put one step. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಇದು I told all this. Even now I didn't tell. I asked her to make it. I know all this. Without showing me, don't do. No, but he knows that it's more days. He told us. Yesterday he told. No, yesterday. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ
ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರ್ಸಿದ ಕಾರ್ತಿಕೇಯ ಸರ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 3-4 ಅಲ್ವಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ
ಸುಮ್ಮನೆದಮ್ಮ
No, I
praise you also. ಅದು ನೆನಪಿಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಇದು ಒಂದೇ ಬರ್ತಾ
if you have any ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇದೆಯಾ ನಾ ಬರೀ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ನಾ ಪ್ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ I take that back.
No, I'm not like that.
I praised you.
No, you mind you have
ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಹೇಳಿ everybody loves everybody not ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇವಾಗ I like also ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ delivered the synergy ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗರ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ see when I like even you everybody likes every girl likes who doesn't like not just
no but
everybody wants
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ
negative ಇಲ್ಲ ma'am I don't know you should not have in mind that you do only because of
That's what did I tell that you do only because of that? I didn't tell.
No,
You are taking the question off.
because no background ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟಿದಾರೋ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಸೊ I love emceeing. First day when I met her only, I used to tell her I like emceeing. What I like to do is this one. Then word of thanks ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ದ every line when I say they used to clap. I know I have that capability. I want to showcase it. That I want. Now Siki, it's okay now. Because of her, I should thank her. I really thank her because she introduced me.
Actually, when I got in a shy time,
Papa, she said they want to do better, let them do better. Because I used to suggest her and Sarna's like that time she could. Now that one better.
ನಾವು actually ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ I'm into multimedia, so this thing my profile and like I want to collaborate with some app development. Sure, take care.
Okay. Hey, don't get upset. ನಿಮಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
Clarity ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು your mind you should not have like that.
Absolutely. I don't know all like ಎದೊಳಗಿರ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ CS you attended the sessions?
Then I attended, when I suddenly remember a session is going on, I put headphone on it. I had to go through the recordings.
ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅದು something new will come up. Will not get time to go back. ಅವಾಗ ಏನ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವೋ ಅದೇ ಸತ್ಯ. New team will come up. Okay, sir. But that's the preparation was true.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking I should do so that at least it will help me to come out of this.